Welcome to Lund University, and a special welcome to all online participants who are now also with us. This conference, the whole conference, is live streamed. The conference will highlight the important role of research infrastructures and data, focusing on measures to increase access to research infrastructures, to the data and services for the benefit of society. This is a priority for Sweden and for the Swedish EU presidency, which this conference is part of. My name is Sissi Askvall. I work at the Swedish Research Council, which this conference is organized by, together with Sweden's innovation agency Vinnova, and of course the Swedish EU presidency. Before we start, I have some important announcements. in the case of emergency, if there's an alarm, we need to evacuate the venue, and then there are exits to your right, and also, of course, in the back of this room. And we will reconvene outside in front of the building. There's this large fountain where we will reconvene. Restrooms for another emergencies are located beneath. And there's a free Wi-Fi, which you might have seen, SE23 Lund, and there are small cards you can get to have the password. If you're using social media, we have 2 hashtags to recommend. One is the Swedish EU presidencies. It's EU 2023 SE. And we also have a special one for this conference, Infra Open Data. And as you might have noticed already, we will use Mentimeter to capture feedback and questions from all of you. And that also, of course, includes the online participants. And when you're invited to use Menti, you will find the Menti code displayed on the screen. For the questions that we already asked you, we will take a look at the results after lunch in the interest of time. We do have an extensive and excited program, so let's get started. And here to welcome us all to the conference and also to his hometown is Sweden's Minister for Education, Mats Persson.
Good morning. Welcome to Lund and welcome to Sweden. It's an honor to welcome you all here to this amazing building and this amazing town and this amazing country. The potential of research data and how research infrastructure support new opportunities and benefits for society is the theme for today. However, I would like to start with the situation in Europe. This conference takes place in a new geopolitical situation. It takes place in a new world when it comes to security. And Sweden is holding the presidency of the European Union at a time of historic challenges because of Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And all European economies are affected by the war. All people in Ukraine are affected by the war. And we see rising challenges for Europe at this moment. We have a new geopolitical situation. We have increased global competition from China and from different countries around the world, and where we see a new geopolitical order taking place at this time. And Sweden, therefore, has chosen to highlight the importance of Europe's competitiveness as a key factor during this spring when Sweden has the presidency of the European Union. And research infrastructure is, of course, a part of this framework and a part of this theme. Investments in research and innovation are tools to meet different societal challenges and to strengthen the European economy and to strengthen Europe's competitiveness in contrast to China and other countries. And the importance of research and innovation for modern societies cannot be underestimated. And in all policy areas, new knowledge is a driver of the development for the different countries, for the different cities and municipalities around Europe. Education, research, innovation is the key factors behind economic and societal growth. And therefore, European cooperation in research and innovation is of fundamental importance. And not least, the green and digital transitions are strongly dependent on science. The Swedish presidency has research infrastructure as one of its main priorities. And the presidency wants to highlight the importance of measures that increase access to research infrastructures and to their data and their services for researchers, for businesses, and for society at large. And this priority is the reason for the conference today and the reason for the declaration that will be endorsed tomorrow. This conference and this theme is a part of the whole agenda for the Swedish presidency in terms of increased competitiveness and a better European economy, and where innovation, research and education, they are the key factors behind this and the driving forces behind this development. These discussions take further the work done by other members of the trio, the Czech Republic and France. So the Swedish work is an ongoing process. And it's also the incoming Spanish presidency has also indicated that they will continue addressing the subject of research infrastructure. And I very much welcome the incoming Spanish presidency's commitments in this regard. We have very interesting topics on the agenda for this conference. And during the first session, we will hear more about the European landscape in the digital era and how digitalization is affecting people and society. I hope for fruitful discussions during these 2 days. Thank you once again. Welcome to Lund and welcome to Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you, Mats Persson. And now we will have another welcoming address. I would like to give a screen to Ebba Busch. She's Sweden's Minister for Energy, Business and Industry, and also Deputy Prime Minister. And unfortunately, she wasn't able to join us today, but she has sent us a welcome address. So let's watch it.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you all to Sweden and to Lund to participate in the Swedish Presidency Conference, the potential of research data, how research infrastructures support new opportunities and benefits for society. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you today as I'm in Luxembourg leading the last Energy Council during the Swedish presidency. As you are all aware, our societies are facing many challenges that need to be addressed. But at the same time, these challenges mean great opportunities. History shows us that crises are the mother of invention. The COVID pandemic and Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine have strengthened EU cooperation and proved that together we can find innovative solutions to our common challenges. As the Minister for Energy, Business and Industry, and also Deputy Prime Minister, I see tremendous potential in the new era that awaits around the corner. The green transition is a driving force for new innovations that can lead to more resilient societies and sustainable growth within the limits of our planet. The north of Sweden is currently really driving a green industrial revolution where climate good and competitiveness goes hand in hand. Research infrastructures like ESS will help us further develop new sustainable materials that accelerate the green transition. To solve the challenges, we need new types of collaboration across sectors, disciplines and geographical borders, as well as cutting-edge technology and research infrastructures. Research infrastructures are important providers of new opportunities and benefits for society. To make this connection even stronger, we must ensure that the research data from the facilities is disseminated and put to use by industry as well as academia. Only then we can find solutions to our common challenges and accelerate the spread of new knowledge and innovation broadly in society. Sweden has a long history of collaboration and co-creation, both between sectors and with international partners, to develop new solutions and solve challenges. We are determined to continue creating synergies between different sectors and parts of society, not just within Sweden, but across borders. Our common European research infrastructures provide an excellent platform for that purpose. In closing, I encourage all of you to seize the opportunity to collaborate today. I truly believe that cooperation and co-implementation are the only way to secure a competitive, innovative, and resilient EU. Thank you and welcome once again to Sweden and Lund.
And we will also get a welcome address from Marc Lemaitre, who is the Director General of DG Research and Innovation, the European Commission. He also sent a pre-recorded message for us.
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank the Swedish presidency for organizing this important conference on the potential of research data. Today, research infrastructures generate and process an increasingly large amount of high-quality research data of different types and in multiple domains of science. All research infrastructures are nowadays engaged in the digital transformation, and this affects not only their own operations, but also their instruments, the curation and preservation of the research data they generate, and the access to the data and services they provide. At the same time, research infrastructures are key drivers of open science across the European research area. They promote and implement open science principles, so make the datasets they generate fair, standing for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, as open as possible, as closed as necessary, and as early as possible in the research process, so that they can be reused by their primary research community, but also by other user communities. Research infrastructures are also both users and providers of the European Open Science Cloud, where member states, the Commission, and the research community collaborate to accelerate the uptake of fair research data and open science practices across national borders and across scientific disciplines. Now, what of artificial intelligence? Data and computing are two key enablers for successful uptake of artificial intelligence tools by the scientific community. They are the fuel and the engine of the AI revolution and key drivers to innovation. This means that research infrastructures will increasingly have to address AI-related challenges. For instance, they need to ensure that fair datasets are ready for AI processing. And there will be increasing pressure for being flexible to accommodate different needs, coming from exploring solutions to different societal challenges. The use and reuse of fair research data that are as open as possible bring important benefits to society. For instance, international coordination efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic helped accelerate rapid sharing of research data through the European COVID-19 data platform. The access to and reuse of this data, not only by scientists in laboratories, but also medical staff in hospitals and government officials, proved essential to tackle this crisis. Another example is the Blue Cloud Initiative that has delivered an open science platform providing marine researchers, ocean modelers, and data scientists with data, computing resources, and analytical services. This platform is a significant enabler to accelerate research related to our oceans, seas, coastal and inland waters. A final example is the enabling role of fair and open data for AI-based systems, such as, for example, the AlphaFold system, which can predict a protein's 3D structure from its amino acid sequence. This achievement would not have been possible without open access and fair data archiving in public databases such as the Protein Data Bank. So there is a lot to think and debate about around the potential of research data. I wish you a rich and stimulating conference.
And we will also be welcomed by our local host, the Vice Chancellor of Lund University, Erik Renström. Welcome up to welcome us.
Your Excellencies, colleagues, Minister of Higher Education, and all member state representatives, warmly welcome to this iconic building, this main building of Lund University. You may not have noticed, but when you passed into this lecture hall, it reads in ancient Greek, nothing foreign to the muses. This means that in this hall we are supposed to sing and dance, and let's do that in a different type of way today. So, Lund University has existed for roughly 12 generations. In the area of human biology, which is my home turf, 12 generations are close to nothing. However, only 1 or 2 generations are sufficient for significant inbreeding. This was understood already during the inauguration of Lund University when recruiting the first cohort of professors. They all came from mainland Europe. One of them, Samuel Pufendorf, was a trailblazer of international law and has left lasting imprints on Lund as a stronghold for research and education in human rights. The quest for international academic cooperation has been part of our university's ethos for its entire existence. During certain periods, it has proven more complicated than during others, and present times are certainly part of the latter. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has effectively stopped all collaborations with Russia and Belarus, but has also led to generally increased geopolitical tensions, making already difficult collaborations increasingly complex. Meanwhile, the climate change asks for all of humanity to act in concert to rectify derangements to climate and ecosystems. To tackle these fated multi-challenges, in Europe, we need to up our game significantly. We must gather strength to reach higher grounds in academic excellence and innovation. Innovations that drive the twin digital and green transition. To achieve this, there is a multitude of actions required within academia, but also in policymaking. These vary among member states and each higher education institution, but gather in 2 major aspirations. The first for excellence, and the second for capacity building. At the first glance, these may seem mutually exclusive, but can, if wisely executed, coalesce into one. Let's not forget that we have so much going for us. On the outskirts of this city, you will find the world's first 4th-generation synchrotron facility and the joint venture in neutron science, the European Spallation Source. These 2 giant microscopes open new avenues for innovation in material sciences, life sciences, but also in scholarly disciplines that deal with cultural artifacts. And more about the latter during dinner this evening. These research infrastructures, together with universities, private enterprises, and the renowned science parks for deep tech and innovation in life science, are motors of an innovation district, which in turn is part of an innovation valley extending throughout the Nordics, south to the Baltic region, and down on mainland Europe. Our connections with the Universität Hamburg are particularly strong. We have extensive collaborations related to the large-scale facilities DESI and European XFEL. The Hanseatic Life Science Research Infrastructure Consortium, HALRIC, aims for triple helix innovations with Norwegian, Danish, Swedish, and German partners, and more are welcome. This is an example of strategic investments in excellence and capacity building in one. I wish you all an inspiring conference and that you leave Lund with plentiful of new insights. Please feel warmly welcome.
This conference will address how research infrastructures support new opportunities and benefits for society today, and how these can become even stronger in the future. So let's start with some exciting examples of possibilities emanating from development in research infrastructures and open data. I'm delighted to introduce to you Anders Innerman, Professor of Scientific Visualization at Linköping University here in Sweden. He's also director of a Norrköping Visualization Center C, it's a science center, and a director of a Wallenberg AI Autonomous Systems and Software program, a huge research program. And this is to mention just a few of his assignments. One way of describing your work is in the program exploring and explaining inside information. So here to share some slices of your work is Anders Innerman. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come here and share with you today some of the insights, some of the experiences, and some of the new things about building infrastructures and how we make use of the data coming out of these infrastructures. I'm going to start by just summarizing in a few slides what it is that I'm going to talk about. It is really all about supporting the science, the infrastructure that supports the science, that really makes it possible to address those fundamental challenges that we have in the world to go through a transformation to sustainability. And the way I will do that is by looking at how we can use data, and in my particular field, how the analysis of that data, by turning it into images, representations that we humans can view, and when we view this data, we can gain insights and find solutions to the problems that we are facing. There you have the 3 messages in my presentation, right? But my starting point is really the components that we have in the research infrastructure, the ecosystem of experimentation, a computational fabric, and the data that we are generating through all of these amazing facilities, the competence, the people that we are funding, that we are embracing in the research infrastructure perspective. I'm very happy to share with you, before I launch into some nice demonstrations, also share with you the news about the new Swedish infrastructure for computing, the National Academic Infrastructure for Supercomputing, called NICE. It's a nice name. It's for the first time that Sweden is focusing into one national facility. All the hardware, all the resources will be located in one place. And at the same time, we are making use of the best of the other world, which is distributing the user support organization. So we will have branches or nodes all over the country supporting the users where they are. And we think this is the best of 2 different worlds. And I do believe we will be getting some nice news later on here today as well. Another kind of infrastructure that I have been very much engaged in over the years is the infrastructure that we call InfraVis. And it's actually an example of how we can go beyond the concept of the hardware, beyond the concept of the physical facility, to look at the service layer. Because infrastructures are just as much about humans and services. And here we have a set of nodes with very smart data analysis people who can help researchers to make the best possible use of all the data coming out of computation, of experimentation, and turn that into insights. And we believe that this is one of the best ways of promoting the use of the data coming out of our facilities, is to enable and shortcutting the distance between the state of the art in research on data analysis and the practitioners out in the various research domains. So I'm very much looking forward to see the outcome of InfraVis. Now, looking at one of those particular kinds of users, I also happen, as was mentioned, to be engaged in one of the big strategic programs that we have. And I do believe we have some representatives of the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation here as well, which is funding the largest research program in the history of Sweden. It's 6.2 billion Swedish kroners, with the ambition to generate 600 PhDs in all of these domains, the domains that are of industrial and societal relevance. they are depending on the research infrastructures in many, many of their projects. And I'm very proud to say that we are generating 1 PhD per week in this program now. And this is a challenge for society and industry to pick up on this talent that we are generating. Now, what I really wanted to do in this presentation is, of course, to bring back this notion of the data and how strong the impression of the data can be. And in my own research, we are using novel visualization technologies to provide representations both for the researchers, but also for the general public. Now, look at climate change. Look at the projection on a sphere. Look at how we can communicate, how we can gain insights about the global situation. Hundreds of different global data sets we can show on these spheres that we are now actually putting out in the schools as well. So researchers, communication, all in one particular environment, and all of these stories that we can tell. Why not take research data and transform to another planet? Here's the surface of Mars with the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. We can plan for missions to the Martian surface, go down in a data-driven resolved terrain with 25 centimeter resolution to figure out where on Mars can we potentially find water, where can we find traces of life, perhaps even gain some insights about the conditions that the Earth will face a few billion years from now. Or another example, with the help of thousands of research papers, we can fly into the human cell. Look at the mitochondria. With research data to visualize the ATP synthase, the fundamental process of life. What's driving every single living organism on this planet is this molecular engine that's rotating around, turning electrical energy into mechanical energy, into chemical energy, and the adenosine triphosphate that's powering your bodies. You have 10 grams of ATP in your body right now. Now, of course, what I wanted to do in this presentation also is to show you some of these ways that we can make use of the research infrastructure. And it's a shame that I'm in Lund today, because I'm going to take an example from Grenoble and the large scale human data that we get from the Human Organ Atlas, and the new innovation of hierarchical phase contrast computer tomography. And with the help of my research and the small spin-off company that we have generated, we could take that research data and turn it into amazing visualizations. And I think this is one of those examples how we can push the forefront of medical research together with research on research infrastructures and generate some really interesting visualizations that can help us also in communication of that particular science. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one of the scariest things you can ever imagine. I'm going to do a live demonstration for you. And we'll see if my technology holds here. I was even given the permission to use the full capacity of this screen here. So let's do that. Let's see, guys, back there. Oh, look at this. Right, here it is. Okay, here's a human brain. And I'm just rotating this brain on my computer right now. It's research data. It's about 100 times the resolution of what I have on the medical CT from the synchrotron radiation source. It's a patient. We have permission to show this data. She's a 69-year-old female. And what I can do is that I can just cut through the data like this. Look at this, the cut plane. What I'm going to do, with the help of visualization and the research on data analysis that we have done, I can just change the color of the brain. I can look at the white matter if I want to. I can look at the scan areas. Now look at this. Now, of course, what you're seeing here is that you may not be that impressed by the actual resolution of the brain if you're used to medical data, but look at that cylinder in there. That's where I have the next level of resolution in the data. So what I'm going to do is to actually to zoom in a little bit here, and I'm going to look at that local scan there. Look, okay, zoom level. And what I can do is that I can filter out and I can look at the blood vessel structure inside. But look there, there's the next level of resolution. So what I'm doing now in that local scan area, it's just an example. I couldn't fit more data onto my computer, but what I'm going to do now is go into that local scan. Now we're down to the micron level. And when we're down to the micron level, let's look at this here. Look at the individual blood vessels that we're looking at down here. Now we're down to the neuron level, a few microns. And I'm zooming in, zooming in. And this is really pushing the boundary of what we can do. It's pushing the boundary for visualization technology, for data analysis, but it's also providing clues because this is a post-COVID brain that we're looking at. Looking at research on neurodegenerative diseases in the future, this will help us in all combination and contextualization of many of these research efforts. But it also helps us in the communication efforts, as you will see in a little while. Okay, let me switch back to my presentation. We may return to this a little bit later as well. Okay. Okay. What is it that's really happening? Well, you know, forgive me for being a little bit reflective and theoretical about what it is that we're doing in data analysis. But look at this slide here. We have the generation of data, we have simulation, we have computation, we have archives, we have databases, sensors, and agents that are generating petabits per second. That's a challenge. So we need to reduce the data. The amount of data needs to be reduced. We need a computational fabric to do that in the processing, the extraction, the filtering, the aggregation. Then we get down to gigabits per second. Still too much for us. That's where we come in and turn it into visual representations, and we go down to megabits per second. That's what we humans love, because that's a video stream. We can look at that. So I get some insights. I make decisions. I make planning efforts based on these visual representations that goes through the pipeline, but of course that's not enough. What I want to do is also feed back in some sort of image control, understand, affect, and interact. I might even want to change the data processing. And I might even change the collection of the data. Now, this is a typical pipeline of visual data analysis that we have been working on for 30, 40 years. But what's happening now? It's a big challenge. A big change is going on. And it's a two-letter acronym, AI. AI is now moving into the insight and the decision and the planning, decreasing the cognitive load for the analyst in an amazing way. I'm not going to debate at all the problematic situation about AI. We can talk about that over lunch or dinner tonight. But let me show where AI is coming into the pipeline in the data decision support. Now, here, but also back there, because AI is so much faster. So already based inside of this pipeline, machine learning algorithms are helping us to make better decisions already before we have seen the data. Even to the point when it's steering the collection of the data for us. This is a complete game changer in the system for us. And there's tons of research that needs to be done to figure out how this can benefit all of the research domains, all of the societal applications, and it's to the benefit of mankind that we're doing this. Now, we're very lucky in Sweden. We're lucky that we have a computational fabric, a new supercomputing initiative, but we also have dedicated resources for machine learning and AI. A really state-of-the-art system hosted by the National Supercomputer Center at the University of Linköping, a superpod. And that superpod is used. It was talked about before, things like AlphaFold, protein folding, computer vision research. It's fully allocated already. But it's also used for natural language processing. And I could give a whole hour talk on the reason and the motivation why we are developing a Swedish GPT model. So we have developed an open, transparent version of the ChatGPT in Sweden. And it's called GPT SW3. Half of the machine was used for that over the past year. And at the European level, I encourage you to start reflecting over this, the need for Europe as a region in the world that has values that we need to take care of in terms of developing our own way of looking at transparency, about data, about how we do this kind of research. NLP is fantastic if it's used in the right way. Let me just show you one of the ways that I'm using it. Because of the possibility with language processing, I could teach an NLP model to speak visualization language, to speak camera language, to break down the barrier between visual representations and the language, and it only took 3 weeks. So a number of GPTs that are doing a pilot, an encyclopedia, a Guardian, and everything like that. And I could all of a sudden start talking to my visualization. And here it is. An HIV virus. Can I get the sound?
Found on the inner surface of the HIV
This is the visualization talking to you.
Plays a crucial role in the virus
It's
life
talking
cycle by
about an
ensuring
HIV
proper
virus,
packaging of
and we're
viral
asking it
components
questions,
during budding from
and
the
it's
host
looking
cell
it up,
surface.
generating the text, but it's not only generating the text, it's also generating the camera views and the visualization of the virus. Just imagine the power as an educational tool, or in the scientific workflow, that you start talking to your data, and you can get feedback immediately in this kind of way. Very, very early results, of course. Now, in my last minutes, time is ticking very quickly, I saw in the announcement that people talked about mummies. So if you read the program, you see, oh, he's going to talk about mummies. So I felt pressure, so I'm going to do that. Okay, here comes the mummy. This is the British Museum. The British Museum has amazing artifacts, about 8 million visitors per year. And they have one particular artifact that they're very, very proud of, the Gibelline Man. It's a 5,500-year-old mummy. It was found on the border to Sudan in southern Egypt, the place of Gibelline. It's been at the museum for more than 100 years. And they really didn't know what caused his death. He's a natural mummy, so he's like just dried in the sand down there. And this guy who's pointing there, his name is Daniel Antoine. He has I'm envious of his title. He's the physical anthropologist, head of human remains at the museum. So we took the mummy and we transported it to a facility. So let's see if I can get this thing going. Now it requires a little bit of a reconfiguration here for me. Let's see. There. Okay, can I get him? There we go, full screen. Courtesy of the British Museum, I'm bringing you the Gibelline Man. Here he is. Zooming in, and we're looking at, let's see, I'm going to cut him open a little bit. Here you can see dried human tissue is about the hardest thing you can visualize in volumetric rendering. It's really, really hard to discriminate between different parts of the body. Now, to make this long story a little bit shorter, look at this particular fold up here on the left shoulder blade. Daniel and his colleagues had been staring at that fold for many, many years, and I'm wondering, what is it that happened to Gibelline Man back up here? Could this be connected to the cause of death? Well, it is. What we did, with the help of a virtual autopsy, we just cut the mummy open, and we're looking at the Gibelline Man like this, and we're zooming in there. Now look at this particular region here. The rib cage is broken. He was probably stabbed in the back with a knife. We even found a knife that matches this wound, punctured the lung, and he was left in the sand to die. He's like a 20-year-old male. So we really established the cause of death very, very quickly. And the curators at the museum were very happy about this. And they actually turned this visualization into a permanent installation in Gallery 64. So if you go there, you can visualize the Gibelline Man like this yourself, and you can peel off the layers and look at the tissue and look at the skeleton if you wish. And I have so many different examples of visualizations that I wanted to show you, but I need to move on. Okay, let's go back. Just a piece of news. When they figured out, we, as I said, we found the cause of death and then the murder weapon. We didn't find the murderer, but but they wrote about us as a murder at the British Museum, and I thought that was kind of funny to show you. And here's really a state-of-the-art rendering of the GBD map. But in my last minute, what I wanted to show you is this picture, because this really closes the loop from research infrastructures, from data analysis, scientific insights in archaeology to the general public. And look at these kids exploring scientific data. It's a data visualization that they're looking at. And it's of utmost importance that the next generation gets an interest, an increasing interest in science, in technology, in mathematics, in programming, in art, all of these areas that we are so keen on. And this media is one way of doing that. And in my own research laboratory, we have 200,000 visitors per year. Most of them are children. And that's amazing. Much more important than getting citations as a researcher. Now, if you want to read more about this particular work that we've done, I know that you will be given a gift today. This is the book, and this particular, yes, this is the book here. And my innovation about the volumetric rendering on touch tables and medical data, all sorts of gigantic things that we're doing is one of those innovations, and we're very humbled by the fact that we're part of this book. So please approach me, look at the book, and I'm ready to discuss anything that you want to talk about, anything from research infrastructures to mummies and brains. Thank you very much. Tack så mycket.
Thank you so much, Anders Inneman. And I think it was an appropriate gift, maybe not to you yourself, you probably have some copies already, but for all the speakers and panelists today and tomorrow will get the same gifts. Now, we will gather leaders from different sectors to give their perspectives of how digitalization in research affects people and society. Our first speaker will bring a Brussels perspective. Dr. Gustav Kalbe is the acting director of Digital Excellence and Science Infrastructure at DG Connect of the European Commission. He has held several senior positions at the Commission and also been working before that in the private sector. You're very welcome. Whatever you like. In the middle.
Good morning, dear Minister, dear Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here today to give you some insights about the digital infrastructures that the Commission is supporting, is running together with the Member States to enable this fascinating research that we just saw from the previous speaker. I mean, it's not by accident that Europe has been always a very proliferous region in science, and thanks to the digital infrastructures, we can remain there. But often it's completely overlooked what is really behind it and how the different infrastructures are working together. I mean, we have maybe the oldest one is connectivity, and for decades now with the GEON network, we have been facilitating the exchange of information, sharing of data between our scientists. Now, connectivity alone is insufficient if you don't have the data, and that's why a couple of years ago, the European Open Science Cloud was created to really facilitate the access to the data, sharing the information, have it searchable, and really take all advantage of the vast amount of scientific data that is generated. Now, data, you need to do some intelligence out of it. And the impressive pictures you have seen behind, you should not underestimate the whole computational effort, resources that are behind it. And that's why a couple of years ago, we have launched the UHPC joint undertaking, really to make available to the scientific community state-of-the-art supercomputing for their research. And we're very proud that we now have basically 8 supercomputers up and running. We are number 3 and number 4 in the fastest machines, and we will get soon the first exascale supercomputer in European Union, and then of course we'll be adding more of them. And all these supercomputers combined now with the quantum computers that we're going to integrate in this whole computing network will facilitate the research images that you've shown there, but go even a step further. It allows to create the digital twins, for example, of the brain. We have the Human Brain Project, but we also have something similar on the human body. We have the digital twin of the Earth, Destination Earth initiative. We have the digital twins of the cities. So really using the data, the visualization, together with the massive computing power that we have and keep making available, you can then simulate the brains based on the data, simulate the Earth, do predictions for climate change, extreme weather, discovering diseases, and so on. The example that was mentioned by our Director General, Marc Lemaitre, about the COVID-19 EOS platform would not have been possible without the direct access to the supercomputing facilities in the European Union. Now, the next step that we have launched is really to bring all these resources into a federation where the scientific user at the end will have a single entry point, a single interface to access all the data, combine from the different data spaces, use maybe some basic analytic functions, combine it with the AI programs, and have direct access to the supercomputing resources to really achieve the utmost of this research to crack all these difficult problems that our previous speaker was so kind to introduce a bit of the complexity. So this is what I wanted to give you as an overview of where we are in the European Union with the digital infrastructures. As I said, this is, first of all, absolutely necessary and indispensable to remain at the state of the art in research in Europe, but it's also a collective and joint exercise between all the member states in the Union to make Europe the most attractive workplace to do research in science. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gustav Kalbe. And let's give a floor to another perspective delivered by Joe Miller, who is the director, welcome up, of the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As human beings, we've been evolving for millions of years. And in doing so, we've had to interact with biodiversity for our survival. And as modern humans, we also continue to interact with biodiversity and curiosity to understand our world that we live in. And that has led to collections of biodiversity, such as natural history museums, which they're great facilities here at the University of Lund. And European community has been leading and driving the gathering of material in natural history museums. And this has spread throughout the whole globe, in which we have communities collecting biodiversity and storing it. And this has led further on to community science and machine-derived observations about biodiversity. But in the mid-20th century, all that material that we collected was logged in books. And as time progressed and we started getting computers, people in my field decided, well, this is a great opportunity. Let's develop standards for our data and then start to database them at local levels. And then in the late 90s, governments came together, including the Swedish government, the US government, Danish government, and decided we need to pull all this information together into one global database. And that is the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, which I am lead in. We are based here in Copenhagen. So we are an intergovernmental organization about free and open access to all data about life on Earth. Here in Sweden, we work closely with the Swedish Research Council, which hosts us, and also the Swedish the museum in Stockholm, but also here in Lund. So we are a very mature infrastructure. We've been around for 20 years. Every day, 1 million new data points come into our data set, and 5 billion, that's a B with a billion, data points are downloaded. And this data is used. As a mature infrastructure, we see at least 5 research publications that use GBIF data every single day. And we have data cataloged over thousands of publications, including over 1,300 publications from data that has been stored here at the University of Lund at the Natural History Museum and the Herbarium. So this data is being used every day. At the global level, you may have seen a few months ago a Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, which assessed the probable impacts on biodiversity of climate change. That report is very thorough, has thousands of citations in it. Of those citations, there are 150, at least 150 citations that use data from GBIF. So that means every natural history museum in the world, including Natural History Museum in Lund and in Stockholm, that data was used in the Intergovernmental Panel, the climate change report. So this data is being used every day in government and in research. That's at global level, but also at the local level it's being used. Because we track all the data that comes into GBIF and data that's used by GBIF at the level, we know that last week, 2 researchers in the Philippines used downloaded data from GBIF, including data from the Herbarium here at the University of Lund, to write a assessment on the conservation status of some ginger plants in Asia. So this development of a research infrastructure, really we can point to impact at a global and local level. So please consider and keep growing our research infrastructures because these are vital resources to conserving our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe Miller. And I would like to invite another research perspective. Bonnie Wolf-Bönisch, you're director of a consortium of European social science data archives. Welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Okay.
Hey. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to speak today at this important event. From the perspective of CESTA, the Consortium of Social Science Data Archives, I would like to shed light on how the reuse of data benefits both individuals and society as a whole. CESTA's members are specialized in the data management of social science data since nearly 50 years. Collectively, CESTA service providers ensure that data are fair and curated in trusted digital repositories. Collectively, they facilitate all steps of the research data life cycle, such as the access to data, the preservation of data, the sharing and reuse of social science research data for the broader scientific community, but also indirectly to society and policymakers. I will make 3 statements on how society benefits from the reuse of data, underpinned by 3 collaborative activities of CESTA's members and its partners. First, the reuse of research data accelerates scientific progress, leading to innovative discoveries. By making data available for other researchers and other stakeholders, we enable the replication and validation of existing studies. This contributes to the reliability and robustness of research findings. One example in which CESTA enables the reuse of research data of social sciences is by providing the metadata of CESTA's data catalog into the COVID-19 portal, as well as in the context of the Buy COVID project. The project aims to make COVID-19 data accessible to scientists in laboratories, but also to anyone who can use it, such as medical staff in hospital or government officials. Second, the reuse of research data promotes interdisciplinary collaboration, leading to solutions to complex societal challenges. CESTA collaborates across disciplines in the framework of EC projects and with other European research infrastructure in the framework of ESRI and in the science clusters. One example of collaboration is in the field of climate neutral and smart cities. The purpose of the project explores if and how relevant environmental data and data on citizens' value, attitudes, behavior, and involvement can combine for social, political, and scientific analysis. Third, the provision of access to valuable data, and by valuable I mean high-quality curated data and data sets, will increasingly support policymakers, NGOs, and businesses to make informed decisions based on robust evidence. For example, CESTA's data archives are involved in a research project that aims to improve the mapping and understanding of changing human migration flow, to test methods to forecast emerging and future trends. The outcomes of the Hummingbird project has been recently presented at the European Parliament. In conclusion, digitalization in research will transform the way we generate knowledge. Through the increased use of research data, we will accelerate scientific progress, cross-domain and cross-sectoral collaboration, and improve decision-making for enhanced transparency, accountability, and innovation. And as we continue to embrace digitalization, a word of cautious, it is crucial to prioritize ethical considerations, data privacy, and ensure equitable access to the research data. So by doing so, we can maximize the positive impact of digitalization on people and society and foster a future where research serves the greater good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we will have a public sector perspective. Hanne Moncler, you're a senior science and technology policy advisor at the Minister of Research and Innovation in Norway. And you're also a member of the UNESCO Open Science Steering Committee. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. Digitalization has played a crucial role in democratizing access to knowledge. Noteworthy impacts include open access publishing and preprint platforms that have allowed researchers to share their findings more freely, accelerating the dissemination of knowledge and fostering collaboration. Digitalization of research data has supported evidence-based policymaking, enabling more effective governance and societal impact. One example is data analytics and predictive modeling that have informed policy decisions in areas like urban planning, transportation, and resource allocation, leading to improved efficiency and sustainability. Another example is real-time data monitoring and early warning systems that have helped mitigate the impact of natural disasters, such as floods and wildfires, through proactive emergency responsive strategies. But there is no doubt that the share of research data that can be reused and have impacts need to increase. I refer to the European Research Data Landscape report from the Commission. The share of researchers who store data in research data repositories remains low. Only 1/3 of respondents say that they are familiar with the FAIR principles. In other words, it is important to continue to raise awareness and provide general training in open science. We need to get every researcher on board, and there is no doubt in their responses that the institutional level is the most crucial level. That is where the leadership has to be shown. On the other hand, preparing research data for reuse is resource intensive. So it is important to conduct suitable cost-benefit analysis on which data will generate sufficient added value to justify use of the necessary resources. The authorities cannot issue guidelines for which data to archive and the extent to which such data are to be adapted for reuse. Assessments and decisions of this type must be taken by those most directly responsible for the data. Budgets are likely to become tighter in the years to come, not least due to the situation in Europe that has been described this morning. This means we have to consider questions of reprioritization. And I think that we should be prepared to spend a little more on infrastructure and data curation, and consequently a little less on other purposes. Society is best served if research findings are as robust as possible, and we should aim for better reproducibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, to share his industry perspective is Anders Bro, Executive Director and Head of Data Science and Modeling at AstraZeneca.
Good morning, everyone. I guess I'm the odd guy here representing industry. So AstraZeneca, you might know, is a pharmaceutical company. We are a research-based company. We have global presence, so we are about 82,000 people. We are represented in 130 different countries. When I say we are research-based, of our about $40 billion revenue, we invest 20 to 22% into research and development. So we have research facilities in Sweden, in UK, and in US. They are our main research center. So we are active in cardiovascular and metabolic diseases, respiratory and autoimmune diseases, oncology, and recently we have entered into vaccines and also rare diseases. So when I say we are research focused, we are of course not alone. We need to partner up with society, with academics, with other companies to access all talent in the sort of globe. So, for instance, we use some of the research facilities like the synchrotron here in Lund to elucidate crystal structures of proteins or drugs interacting with proteins. We are looking into structures of drug delivery devices like lipid nanoparticles that we use for vaccines. But we're also really engaging in early science and sort of really innovative science. For instance, we are working with the Wallenberg Center for Quantum Technology based in Gothenburg, where I'm based in. We work with them to explore if we can use quantum computing to understand chemistry or chemical reactions. So I guess my message is, collaboration, reaching out, but we also have a global focus. So we need to partner up whatever or wherever talent exists. So thank you.
Thank you so much, all panelists. And also I would like to invite you all to contribute to this panel. You can write questions that you'd like to be addressed by going to menti.com and enter the code 3902855. We will continue a little bit because we lost some minutes at the beginning, as you might remember. So I would like to ask you all about the strategic priorities, according to you, both on a national and on European level, that will be most important to meet this ongoing development in digitalization. Gustav, would you like to start?
Yes, indeed. It is absolutely essential that the research infrastructures that we have, I would say they are put to the right use. I mean, we have now been establishing different infrastructures, I wouldn't say in isolation, but now the challenge and the current work is to bring them together. And here we really have to count on the collective support from all the actors. I mean, the objective, the interests are shared, are the same, and the European model has been working very well, and this is where we have to continue. And here really we have to understand the huge power that the emerging technologies are bringing, that a number of the non-initiate tend to forget. I mean, we have heard about AI. AI now is a hype, but how do we put AI in practice? I mean, the AI codes have been developed not necessarily for the right digital infrastructures that we're running. When we have the full capacity of the EOSC there, we need AI to find the correlations. But in order to do the correlations, we need more computing power. And that's where we have to keep the thrive and be courageous enough now to invest more on something like quantum computing. I mean, incidentally, we had last week as one of the events here in Sweden at the Digital Assembly, the quantum computer that is operated by Chalmers from the Wallenberg Foundation that showed quantum computer is there. It might not have the ultimate performance, but this is now a tool where we need to bring the users to help us create what are the use cases that justify this type of research, so that in 5-6 years from now, we can really take full advantage of this additional capacity. So really, we should have the courage to take the path forward together and invest and support the emerging technologies there.
So I go with the same question for you. Which strategic priorities are the most important?
Yes. So GBIS is perhaps slightly a little bit different of an infrastructure because we are an aggregator of aggregators. So we're gathering information from 170 countries into a single database. And for other like infrastructures, the most important thing for us is standards so that we can be that eye in FAIR, the interoperability. All this data doesn't make any sense unless it's standardized into a format that we can not only visualize, but query and download across. So that interoperability is critical for us. And also, there is, of course, a lot of exciting talk about AI, but having concrete standards and for interoperability will help those AI-driven mechanisms be much more successful as well.
Yeah. You continue, Bonnie?
Yeah, I would join what my colleague just said from the perspective of CESTA. Making data interoperable is crucial and promote the fair data. And this is, you will need metadata description. You will data experts who are able to do that in order that then machine can actionable these data. So artificial intelligence will only work if you will have the metadata and have also agreed on standards, also not within research communities, but across cross-sectoral. So like the example I gave on the smart cities, for example, this is basically describing metadata profiles from the social sciences and metadata profiles from the geosciences and try to speak to each other. So that's an example where I would expect some priorities would be good.
Same question goes to you, Hannah.
Thank you, and I will continue to answer from the ministry level, because I think that it is extremely important that we develop funding models for data infrastructures and services that help get us where we want. And I think that has to be without too much hassle and red tape for the researchers. And of course, they wish for services that are paid for upfront, whereas funders, of course they do, whereas funders, they may need the information that to prioritize public spending. So they might need the information that comes through user fees, that comes through the institutional willingness to co-fund and things like that. So in my opinion, questions about functional operation models are extremely important. And I think that it's important that we devote sufficient time and effort to developing such models if we are to succeed.
Right. Anders?
I guess my thinking is around sort of data quality. I mean, we are the guys translating this cool science that Anders was talking about before into medicines. So we need to be able to rely on the data. And if we want to use AI, we want to have both sort of positive data and negative data. And in the public domain, there's very little negative data, because we tend to publish only the good findings. So I think to really focusing on balanced data sets, that would be sort of beneficial.
Right. Please.
Yes, I just want to follow up on a couple of points you made. So my role as Executive Secretary of GBIF, a lot of that is to justify the role of GBIF and to justify nations to fund the small contributions to fund GBIF. And to facilitate that, we commissioned a report by Deloitte Australia to understand the value of just the aggregation of the research infrastructure. This isn't the value of the museums or the citizen science platforms. This is just the value of aggregating, having a single aggregating voice across the world. And Deloitte put a conservative number of 12 times amplification. So every euro spent on GBIF gets 12 euros in response. Because those Filipino researchers I talked about, there's no way they could have done that research without having a global aggregation system.
Of course. I'm curious if there are any questions coming in. May I ask you, Camilla Jakobsson? Just keep it close to your mouth. I put it on for you. It's not working? Okay. So can we have another microphone?
I turn it on. Now it's working.
Right, please.
So thank you, panel, and thank you, Sissi, for very interesting discussions. We had several questions, and unfortunately, there's no time to go through all of them, but I'll read one, and maybe you can answer it. How do we stimulate the interactions between the disciplines and domains?
Who's for that question? How do we stimulate interaction? Please.
I can jump in because I'm part of an EU grant called World Fair, which is led by CODATA, which is part of UNESCO. And this grant is bringing together, I think, 11 different types of infrastructures to look at cross interoperability frameworks across different infrastructures. So the EU, being led by CODATA, is starting to think about this and working on those pathways.
Gustav?
Yes, I mean, I've been in basic research since I almost joined the Commission 25 years ago. And we had, from the very early days, always been supporting dedicated programs that are looking at the interdisciplinary research. That's where the breakthroughs will come from, the innovation will come. And it's a very successful model that our colleagues from the European Innovation Council now are continuing. And besides, let's say, the financial incentives, the day we manage really to have the EOS fully up and running and allowing the users to have like a menu where they can pick and choose the data or the algorithms, the models from communities that are outside their own scientific domain and have like a web browser interface to access this, then I think it will be a mainstream to do interdisciplinary research.
Right, thank you. Anders?
I guess from my end, focus on the right things, the most relevant questions, trying to solve problems that sort of concern everyone is probably one way to stimulate thinking.
So I think we have time for another question.
Yes, okay. So we have another one. How do we deal with open access to data versus the new geopolitical challenges? Tricky one.
That's a tricky one. You heard it? No, Hanne?
I would just like to say that the as closed as necessary part has always been there. But of course, we're all paying a lot more closely attention to it now. So I think there has been a change, but I would like to say that it has never been a headless open science agenda.
I would like to back the last comment. Data and research results are having a positive impact on a number of factors. So the real balance, and that's independent, I would say, of the current geopolitical situation. I mean, maybe the foci will vary over the years. It's the real question is to find the right balance. Is how open are we to really allow the fundamental research to strive, which is really dependent on a wide exchange of information, and this is also the idea behind Open Science Cloud. And when is the research we're doing coming to an area which has an economic dimension, societal or security dimension, and that's difficult and delicate balance to find, and this has to be assessed, I would say, case by case.
Yeah, from the perspective of CESTA, actually, the problem of research data as such is not it's as open as possible, but in fact, most of our service providers deal with a lot of sensitive data. So at CESTA, we have countries we receive only 10% of research social data because 90% of the social data are sensitive data or microdata, which means attached to personal data. So they reside in the country and are not shared. If you would, as a scientist, would like to have access, then you would have to go through checks and go in so-called safe rooms or visit on site. So there is, I think there is regulations there.
Right, yeah. As a final question, I have a challenge for you. If you think of you have your personal wish list or a wish list of your organization, what would be the single most important thing you wish for in order to facilitate creation of and access to open research data? What would that be on top of your list? Maybe go start with Anders.
Yeah, I guess I touched on it before, having a balanced data to work on. That's really high on my agenda. But also, yes,
Only one thing.
Okay.
Please, Hanne.
I would wish for an enhanced data sharing culture and that everyone from ministers to research leaders acknowledge the need for training and increased digital literacy among researchers.
Thank you. Bonnie?
Yeah, my recommendation would be a bit similar. I would invite you to strengthen actually organizations who champion fair data and long-term preservation because they are an intermediary of research, public institution and decision making.
There are millions of interested biodiversity scientists all over the world, so getting a groundswell of biodiversity data is the easy part. Is getting governmental buy-in to support that is the difficult part.
Okay. Gustav?
Well, I wish we would have an app that would make the research infrastructures accessible for kids to play with, because they're the next generation of our talents.
Okay, so thank you so much to all panelists. And now it's time for Swedish fika. So what's that? Fika, that's coffee together with something sweet. Of course, we will also serve tea. And the coffee and tea will be served outside where you came in and also on the upper level. And please make sure to be back here at 10:50. Have a nice fika. Please be seated. Welcome back. Please be seated. Okay. Okay, so welcome back after coffee. And now we will invite a new panel to discuss how digitalization and the movement towards open science affect the use of research infrastructures. So our first speaker and panelist will bring an EU perspective. It's Anna Panagopoulou. She's director of ERA and Innovation at the DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission, and she has held several senior positions within the Commission and also in the private sector. So please welcome Anna. This way.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, I would like to thank the Swedish presidency for this excellent organization. Actually, it's 2 hours since we started, or even less, and I'm already learning a lot. I'm amazed from the presentations that took place already. When I started to be responsible as a director for European research area, my fellow colleagues in the Commission, but also in particular from the member states, they was always telling me, you know, the success of European research area is the research infrastructures. Member states, they have invested a big amount of money. European Commission has a dedicated program for that. This is the success story of ERA. And of course, in the recent political developments that they did in the context of European research area, the communication, the ERA policy agenda, research infrastructures, it is a priority. But then, how research infrastructures will better increase their potential by using digital transformation? What is the opportunities that research infrastructures could have through digitalization? I think this is a challenge, this is an opportunity, and this is a strategy that I believe the European Commission, together with the member states, the political masters across Europe and beyond Europe, but also together with the research infrastructure stakeholders themselves, should work together upon. And from the European Commission side, we have do it in the following way. First of all, open science is one of the cross-cutting priorities in European research area, is a value and a principle, organizing the data in a fair way so that they are findable, they are accessible, they are interoperable, the most important, and they are reusable. And also, what we try to do is to put as a key priority of European Commission policy the establishment of the European Open Science Cloud, based on the FAIR principle. Where are we today? Where are the research infrastructures today in this context? So it was said already today, we have plenty of researchers, they don't put data on repositories, and we have plenty of researchers that don't know what is fair. Why is it important to do that? But it was also said today, because research infrastructures, they have the experimentation, they have the infrastructure, and they have the methodologies to do the work, and the computing capacity. And the more we transform those methodologies through digital ways, the more we have the possibility to use big amount of data generated from the research infrastructures in one discipline or different disciplines as well. And then that could enable us not only to improve and to excel in the research across Europe and beyond Europe, but also will enable us to find a new role or enhance the role of research infrastructures in the context of the ecosystems as services, not just to the academia and researchers, as was also said, as services to the industry, to the innovation, as places where regional innovation ecosystems can be established, and also it will give us the possibility to reach the citizens. And we have fantastic examples today how the use of data with AI tools, with visualizations, will give us the possibility to better communicate to the citizens and to demonstrate the added value of research. So, in all these areas, from the European Commission side, we'll try to put the policy steering together with the member states, but we'll try also to do something else, to regulate. Because it's one thing to say I organize my data in an open way, and then I can use AI in order to have access to the data, but then we need regulation. We need these values and principles of EU to be protected through the use and access of big data and through the use of AI technologies. So we have put a lot of new regulation in place in order to explain in the context and to make sure that we have a legal environment to access open data, for what purpose, how to be used, under which conditions. Otherwise, it will not be possible to enabling that. So in this whole environment, research infrastructures is the places where most of the data, scientific data, are generated. So if we don't have research infrastructures to follow the word of the digital transformation, which is so important, if we don't have research infrastructures being part of the EOSC, if we don't have research infrastructures transforming the data according to the first principle, or even generating the data according to third principle, we will not be able to achieve the maximum objective of excellence in Europe, and I would say a step further of promoting new technologies and European sovereignty. So, and this is the challenge that we have all together, to put research infrastructures in the leading position in this trip of digital transformation and open access to data. So a lot is in place at political level, but we need each researcher and each research infrastructures to be the pioneer in this transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna. And we will now get another perspective from the director of Elixir Research Infrastructure and also the coordinator of EOSC, which you already heard a lot about, the European EOSC Life, the European Open Science Cloud, the Life part, Niklas Blomberg.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to come here. I was asked to give a couple of observations around how open science and open data is really affecting the use and the operations of research infrastructures. And I'd like to touch on three areas. So the first is, of course, the science itself, the scientists that we're helping. I'd like to talk a little bit about how the open science is important for industry and industry innovation. And then at the end, I'd like to come back to how we are really using this to drive a collaboration. And I think that's an underappreciated and really, really important aspect of open science. But if we look at the science itself, we have some fantastic talks this morning. Marc Lemaitre mentioned AlphaFold. And I think that's a really good example of how, and there are many examples from around genomics, which is my field, but if we stay with that, I think it's a really good example of how research infrastructures are really helping those big scientific leap-throughs. And so this, the AlphaFold comes from a data resource, which is called the Protein Data Bank. What is interesting with that is that it's very carefully curated, fair if you want, but it's been carefully curated for decades, since 1974. And so that's of course, the argument of data resources as a really important part of the research infrastructure landscape. But it's also that data has been generated somewhere. And a lot of that data has been generated at infrastructures such as the synchrotrons. And so I think we really need to think about that whole continuum. How do we actually mobilize the data from these research facilities that infrastructures are hosting across Europe and across the world, and how do we then package that so that can be effectively reused? We also talked about the COVID-19 data portal, and essentially that's the work that we have done in that project, is to work with communities and try to help them to mobilize that data and put that together for reuse. And so I think that's a really important part of what we're going to do going forward. Hanne Moncler talked about the need of prioritizing the efforts because it's actually quite expensive to package the data and make it available for the community. And I think I would like to make an argument here for a sort of mission-oriented approach where you look at the areas where you think there is an immediate need and a use, and then try to work across the fields to bring the data together. The second area I'd like to talk about is innovation and society. In Elixir, my organizations, we've been working with a professor of entrepreneurship at the Free University of Berlin, going around and interviewing small biotech companies around Europe. And it turned out that 76% of those companies said that they couldn't do the work they're doing without the open data resources. At some stage in their research, they are using the open data resources. So I think that really is a good testament to how we can use and drive the innovation economy. The last example I'd like to give is on collaboration. Elixir, my organization, is a distributed infrastructure. We sit in 23 countries. We have 240 institutes, even more than 240 institutes across Europe. We need to get these people to work together. And actually embracing open science is the way of working across institutes, across funding streams, across borders, without having to spend all the time in writing access agreements. And I think one of my absolute favorite examples is actually from Spain. So CSIC, one of the Spanish institutes, in their data management policies, they are now referring and recommending the use of the data stewardship wizard, which is a tool developed by our colleagues in the Czech Republic. And because it works in the community, there is no restrictions. You can actually reuse these things freely across Europe. So I'd like to stop there and leave you with that thought.
Thank you so much. And now we will have yet another example or perspective from Barbara Weitgruber, who's co-chair of the European Research Area and Innovation Committee. Welcome.
Well, thank you. And I would like to echo Anna now on behalf of the member states to thank the Swedish presidency for taking up this issue. The European Research Area and Innovation Committee is a body consisting of the DGs in charge of research in all the member states, giving policy advice, early advice to the Council, to the member states, and to the European Commission on strategic issues of research and innovation policy. And actually, in the new governance of the European Research Area, one of the most important elements is the European Research Area policy agenda. And the two elements of this conference, which actually are the top priority for the member states and the associated countries, are research infrastructures and the movement towards open science, including the European Open Science Cloud. 25 member states and associated countries signed up to support open sharing of knowledge and the reuse of research outputs, including the development of the European Open Science Cloud. And 24 aim for strengthening sustainability, accessibility, and resilience of research infrastructures in the European Research Area. And I think the discussion we had so far showed that for the researchers, and it's actually, when we talk about the European Research Area, we really should consider what the individual researcher needs, because we have tried to implement the European Research Area by 2010 for the first time around, and we failed because it was a lot of policy design, but we were not able to really include the researchers. And talking about open science and using fair data, in the end, we can have, and our colleague in the first panel already mentioned that, of course, there's a lot of national efforts. There are policy documents. There might be institutional policy documents. Research funding agencies have their own policy agenda. But in the end, it's, and of course, very important, all the European research infrastructures. And they can actually be a best practice model showing the individual institutions and researchers on how to do best fair data and how to best use repositories and jointly discuss what issues need to be solved and then bring it up to the research councils and to the national governments and hopefully also to the European Commission so that we find joint solutions. Because otherwise we continue having political declarations, and I think it's excellent that we have a trio presidency where each of the EU presidencies took up the important issue of research infrastructure, focusing on the individual aspects and building up from one presidency to the next. And tomorrow we will all be happily applauding the Lund Declaration, but then it needs to be actually broken down and become reality. And you just mentioned on how it works for a research infrastructure. It will only work if it becomes also easily understandable for the individual researchers. And of course, it's about funding. And we need to have good funding models on the national level and with research funding agencies in order to allow this inclusive approach, which it aims for, because in the end, the European Open Science Cloud, and I'm very glad that it was launched during the Austrian presidency many years ago in 2018 in Vienna. And we see a lot of efforts and we see progress, but we already also see that we are not there yet. And I think this conference is an ideal place to take a next step because you managed to invite a good mix of people, policymakers, institutions, research organizations, and funders, and also some excellent researchers showing us that it can really have an impact on society, on economy, and also show individual citizens what it's all about. And in the end, it's all taxpayers' money on the national level and also on the European level. And in the context of the development in the European Union, I think that we really should aim for the European Open Science Cloud to become this overarching space, because now we are discussing all these sectorial spaces, be it health or talking about skills, agriculture, finance, and I think it's important to have this overarching European Open Science Cloud as the transversal open science space. So many thanks, and I look forward to the next presentations.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Javier Barconz, who is the Director General of the European Southern Observatory. Please come forward and give your perspective.
Thank you very much. A big pleasure to be invited here. Yes, thank you. I have, as an exception, a few slides here. I'm representing the European Southern Observatory. We're an intergovernmental organization founded 60 years ago. Very happy to be here. Sweden was one of the 5 founding member states of our organization. What we do is to design, build and operate world-class astronomical observatories from the ground and promote cooperation. Today we have 16 member states, a number of partnerships, and if I would have to underline a word in our history, it's cooperation. That's what this is about. I'll come to the data in a second. If I can show the next slide as well. Today we operate, maybe I have to do this myself. Yes, no problem. Oh, thank you. We operate today 2 world-leading astronomical observatories. On the left-hand side, you have what we call the Very Large Telescope. That's been going on for 25 years. producing lots of science. In the middle, we have ALMA. This is a partnership between ESO and our international partners in the US and in Japan that has been ongoing for 10 years. Very successful observatories. Open science policy, I will talk about this in a second, was built in from the very beginning, 25 years ago, when essentially there was no talk about open science. And on the right-hand side, this is our challenge these days, building the largest optical telescope in the world. We call the ELT, the Extremely Large Telescope. I agree, we're not very good at names. But we are very well advanced on this project, at 50% of construction, years ahead of our competitors in the United States and elsewhere. So very, very challenging, hoping to go for first scientific light in 2028. Okay, so this is the background. Let's move into the data side of this. When we built the VLT 25 years ago, we decided to put together a data flow system. That means that the data that it's taken at the telescope, it goes directly into the science archive. So it's not that the user has to put it, it just goes there. And the user accesses the data from the archive. The users have normally a 1-year proprietary period to exploit the data that they have asked for, but then it goes public. Today we have 22,000 users from 130 countries around the world. So there's really a heavy usage of the data science archive. It's not a big one. In total, the 2 big facilities that we're operating, it contains about 4 petabytes today. It's growing with a doubling time of about 3 to 4 years. But it's very, very helpful for the community to have this open data policy. Of course, we also develop the tools, we provide user support, and that makes it work. And the evidence is what we have on those 2 graphs, which are probably too small to be read. Our facilities produce about, in terms of science, about 1,000 refereed papers per year. About 40% of those papers make use of the archive. And between 15 and 20% only make use of the archival data. That means that those data that were taken maybe years ago are given a second life, and they produce lots of science. All over the world, we have no restrictions about access to our archives. So that's essentially the message I wanted to convey. I want to drop one last word about artificial intelligence. For us, this is a tool. It's very important, not so much for the exploitation of the data, but for the digitization of our facilities. So we're very interested in that as users. And of course, we're working together with companies to take advantage of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we will have a perspective from the funders' point of view. So the Director General of the Swedish Research Council, Katarina Bjelke, my boss.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy to see you all here today. So digitalization and the movement towards open science really brings a new paradigm for scientific research. Availability and the use of research data create new opportunities for research infrastructures, of course, and for society in general. But it also comes with great expectations from all kinds of stakeholders, both data providers and users, of course. These expectations highlight the need for strengthening support and to further develop common solutions on a European level as well as on a national level. Not the least in times of crisis, as we heard earlier, such as pandemic and natural disasters. Open access and research data has the potential for tackling societal challenges by increasing transparency in research, the dissemination and the use of research results, and enabling collaboration and systematic sharing of knowledge. For instance, the Swedish participation in the European Research Infrastructure's Elixir, as we heard of earlier, and the ESO, European Southern Observatory, is of great value for Swedish researchers as well as for other nationalities, not the least by providing access to high quality data. The Swedish Research Council has, in addition to tasks such as funding large national and European research infrastructure, also assignment from the government to coordinate, follow up and promote collaboration on the national work on open access to research data and to promote the Swedish engagement in EOSC. To align national efforts with European, and I am in that sense particularly happy to partake in this important conference. Research infrastructures can also function as drivers of innovation, as we heard, and as key players in socio-economic development. From the Swedish perspective, I would like to highlight two examples of this. One is the European Centre for Material Research, in a wide sense, which we will all experience later today at ESS and Max 4. The other is the potential that comes with large-scale computing, and therefore I am very happy to learn that Linköping University has been granted funding from EuroHPC as co-financing of Swedish hosting of European supercomputer. And this was announced earlier today at 11, actually. The purpose of the investment is to strengthen Sweden and European capacity to analyze large data sets for AI development, drug discovery, and the green transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, we do, as we did in the last panel, that you're welcome to ask questions you would like the panel to reflect on by using Menti. You see the code on the screen, and that's also, of course, for online participants. I would start with asking all of you about which strategic priorities you believe are the most important ones to facilitate and promote better use of the research infrastructures, and that could be on national level and European level. Maybe we start with you, Anna?
Yes. As you probably know, most of you here, we have established a very strong collaboration with member states and stakeholders in the context of ESFRI group and also in the context of the EOS group and the EOS partnership. So I think one very strategic priority for us is to promote more and more open science practices in the years to come in the context of the collaboration that we have established through ESFRI, when we set up a new ERIC, for example, but also in the context and the work that we are doing with EOSC and making these two groups and two group of people and stakeholders to collaborate between them. The second thing, we know that digital transformation will not come without investments. And we know that investments in research infrastructures is a big budget. So I think while we are prioritizing in the landscape analysis of ESFRI where the money should go, we have also to take into consideration how digital transformation will be invested. What are the investments that we need for the digital transformation? And this could be done at national level, but also at European level through the programs that we have for research infrastructures. And the last strategic priority I would like to say is that the change will not come in one day. So we need to change the mindset, and we need also to skill the researchers and the other people that they are involved in the operation of the research infrastructures for this digital transformation. So skilling, training, change the mentality, and communication about benefits of the digital transformation.
Thank you. So Niklas, what would you think would be the most important priorities?
So I think I'd like to continue where Anna ended with the skills. So we haven't heard a lot about skills today. I think that's really important. If we think about research infrastructure, I think we provide three things. It's access to facilities, it's access to data, but it's also access to skills. And I think there are two things there I think is changing. So one is we see more and more of what you could call a sort of a participatory access model, where it's really the skilled providers or operators as research infrastructures are working together with the researchers to configure and sort of provide an advanced and collaborative user support model, because the technologies and the data are really quite complicated. But I think the other part of the skills agenda is the connection with open science and sovereignty. If we want to drive open science and open data in Europe, we also need to make sure that we build up the skill space where we can make most out of that data in the international and competitive context. And I think that's where the skills agenda sort of intersects with the sovereignty agenda.
Right. We continue with you, Barbara. What do you think would be most?
Well, it's probably also echoing, starting with the skills. I think this is the most crucial point, because in the end, it will be the individual researchers' skills that make the difference. And it's also, we talked about funding and efficiency, and the small number of those who already know what fair really means. And I think this is a huge campaign that is needed at the level of institutions as well. And on the strategic level of research infrastructure use, I think most member states and associated countries have meanwhile national action plans with a mid to long-term perspective, focusing on profiles and areas of strength in their individual countries. And then in ESFRI, all of this is coming to a joint European approach. But what I think people do not realize is that we are already now starting to think about the next framework program, FP10, because the midterm evaluation is ongoing, and actually the main pillars need to be agreed upon very soon. And certainly also the European Research Area Policy Agenda. So I invite all of you to think about what is needed regarding research infrastructure and open science that really should be embedded in the next framework program.
Thank you. Javier?
I would probably repeat a lot of what it has already been said. Engagement with the user community for us, it's a key. It helps having the right skill sets to operate the facilities, to understand the data, educate the new generation. So that's one big area that I think we should keep as a priority. There's another one in the data that we should be aware of. It was mentioned briefly in the previous panel, which is quality control. I mean, there's lots of data around there, and we need to make sure when we access them, that they are of sufficient quality for what we want. And I think that we also need to invest in this.
Right. Katarina?
Well, I can echo some of the things that has already been said. I think skill development and reward models also, they are crucial, both for the development, of course, of career paths within research infrastructures that are, I would say, underdeveloped. But I can not mention long-term funding and sustainability of research infrastructures. They really need to be secure, so that's important also.
So let's see if we do have any questions from the audience. Do we?
Yes, we certainly do. We have several, but let's start off with the growth of open science and digitalization requires new competencies. Talk about skills. How are the relevant stakeholders adapting to these coming needs?
So are the relevant stakeholders adapting to the needs of new skills? What do you think?
So I can start.
Yeah.
So I think that's true. I mean, there is a huge need for building. I think the stakeholders are adapting. We see when we work with many of our partner organizations in Elixir, I think we see needs for skills development in several levels. So one is what Katarina just mentioned, the sort of the long-term development of management skills. What is happening is research infrastructures, and especially with the European coordination, become more complex. And so we need to help the many national facilities to sort of get the management and operational skills to make best use of the sort of European context. I think we see a large need of skills in our partner organization around management of research data, and not only the sort of hands-on technical skills that can often be provided by advanced user support, but also for, say, project managers, facility managers, and slightly more strategic positions where they need to have support to think about how they plan this into the whole research framework and how it sort of fits in with the whole project planning. And I think that's an area we really need to develop. And we're making some actions, but it's a huge need out there.
Barbara?
Maybe just to complement, and you mentioned it before, it's new professions that need to be developed and are developing. And it's also part of the discussion on attractive research careers on the European level now. I think data stewards, core facility management, I mean, this is not just, as you said, a management position. It's a very vital position within the landscape, and there needs to be an incentive to enter this professional career.
Right. Anna?
Yeah, of course, from our side, through the various activities that we finance, we'll try to look at the training and the skilling up of the researchers in order to be able to follow the practices of open science. We do a lot of initiatives more for outreaching and explaining and how this could happen. But also I would like to go a little bit to careers, but also to the incentives. And as you probably all know, one new initiative is the careers assessment, the research assessment, how we assess the researchers and the research institutions in a different way, based very much on the open science policy. And this is the way also to incentivize really the researchers to be trained, to prioritize open science practices, and also to work in a completely different way than they used to work up to now. So I think the move towards a new paradigm of research assessment, it will play a very, very important role. And it will not happen immediately. It is a process, but I think it's very important.
Thank you. So maybe have one more question.
Okay. What are the biggest obstacles on the way to open science, and where are the easy gains?
Okay. Biggest obstacles, easy gains for open science. Katarina?
I think one of the bigger obstacles has just been mentioned, the merit systems, actually, that has to be discussed and developed in simultaneously with this process in order to have the right incitments for this. So that is one obstacle, I would say.
No obstacles?
It's a culture change. As Anna said before, that will take time because it's interlinking. I mean, it's a whole shift of paradigm, and that cannot happen quickly. And it's research assessment, it's careers, it's funding, of course, it's training. So it's step by step.
Anna?
Well, I would say indeed culture change. And if you think what happened with COVID, so we don't need to have another pandemic. Probably we will, but we don't need in order to make another push towards open science, because that was the effect of COVID, actually, that everybody opened data, publications. So it was a real game changer through COVID. But I would see that we see the technical difficulties to organize the data in a fair way. So there is a lot of methodologies that have been developed, but technically speaking, for a researcher to do that is not so easy and it's costly. And I think more work needs to be done in this context as well. And the third point is a matter also of infrastructure. So we need to have the repositories in order to put this data in an open way. So there are repositories across Europe. All of them that are not used. We also, from the European Commission, we will kick off a new repository in CERN. We already have Zenodo, where all the research data of Horizon programs are based. So we will finance to expand this repository in order to be able to organize the data in the fair way. So this type of technical work and investment needs to be done as well.
I just like to. Oh, sorry.
No.
Go for it.
Okay, I just like to add to what you said that also the legal aspects are extremely important, and that has to be solved also in a good way. Sorry.
Javier.
2 words I would like to underline. One is sustainability. It has already been mentioned. All these things take time. You cannot, take the steering wheel and change next year. So sustainability in all of its variety, financial, environmental, and social, it's super important. The other thing that I believe is critical these days is managing complexity. In the recent past, we have seen that we've moved from little university groups providing state-of-the-art elements to research infrastructures to having consortia involving 15 institutions across all the European member states. And that requires a new skill set. Managing all this, it's really very complex, and it's a skill set that very often we don't have.
I would like to, please, Niklas, a few words.
Yeah, just pick an easy gain. We heard all obstacles. But
we talk a lot about obstacles, that's for sure.
But I think one easy gain is really around the industry and small companies. We've seen a lot. We've run what we call an innovation and SME program in Elexi. We've seen a lot of engagement with small companies. They are often very eager to make use of these data resources. They often find quick wins of making all the way from sort of advanced technology development to education, and there are some wonderful educational examples. So I think that's a really easy win, and it's not only life science. We see the same in earth sciences. I've seen examples.
Yes. So I would like to invite you as a final question, like we did in the previous panel. If you have only one wish, what would be your top priority when it comes to accelerate research based on open research data? What would be your top priority? Katarina?
I wish for researchers to have access to an ability to use research infrastructures in a way that seamlessly is a part of the research ecosystem. So that was what I wish.
Thank you. Javier?
Sustainability, I think, I will repeat that one in all possible aspects, that we're on a good track, I believe, and we should keep it.
Barbara?
Well, I start at the more technical level because the adoption of standardized and interoperable data sharing protocols and data sharing infrastructures would already be very helpful because they would accelerate scientific discovery and also foster the interdisciplinary cooperation, which was talked about in the first panel. And in the end, hopefully, increase the application of fair principles.
Right. Niklas?
Adding to what's been said, I think one interesting thing with AI is that the value of open data happens in the aggregate, in large data sets. And we talk a lot about incentivizing researchers, but I think we also need to think about how do we benchmark and incentivize universities, research institutes to provide open data, because the benefits are actually reaped at that level. And so rather than only targeting researchers, I think we also need to think about the larger entities in the ecosystem.
Right. Anna?
One. Like, can it be 2 or 3?
I'm sorry, one only.
One. So, okay, I'll put it in a way. So I do agree that one of the main priorities is to develop the incentives and enablers for research communities to use the data. And in this way, I believe that we should also promote the use of new technologies in a sustainable way. So, it's one at the end. Huh?
It's one. Thank you to all panelists. You can sitta kvar bara. So now lunch will be served, and that will be served at AF Borgen, which is a red castle-like building. If you go out of this building, you will see it right in front of you. But I want you to stay on the flight of stairs to admire the building, but also so we can take a group photo. So you go out of the building, stay on the stairs, and then we had the group photo taken. You're welcome to continue to the lunch, which will be served on 2 levels. So if you had some special dietary requirements, you will find your lunch on the lower level. And we will all gather again here 10 minutes past 1, 13:10 sharp here in this hall. Thank you so much. Thank you. You were just please be seated. Anyone who misses his or her glasses, I have them here. So, welcome back. Hope you had nice lunch. At the online participants also had something nice to eat. This morning, we invited you all to answer a few questions about yourself, and I think it would be interesting to take a look at the answers. So this is which country you come from. A lot of Swedes, but it's not so... Yes. A lot of people from the Netherlands and Germany as well. Can we have a next one, please? In which sector do you work? A lot of people from academia here, but also quite a few policymakers, not too many from business, but from the public sector, and a few from NGOs, CSOs, and someone from other parts. Which parts? Anyone? Okay. Thank you. Yes, and we also asked about your expectations for the conference. So here are a few answers. Learning about new trends, having fruitful discussions, meet with people, network, get inspired. So hopefully we will do all that. And thank you for sharing. And you can continue to ask questions and come with ideas for topics to be addressed during the session this afternoon as well. And the theme for the afternoon is opportunities and challenges related to the technological development and collaboration involving data. We will listen to 2 panels, and then we will have a break for fika before going to the infrastructure facilities in Northern Lund. And the first panel will focus on data and emerging technologies. And it's my pleasure to hand over to share this session to Erik Heuser, who is the CEO of GEON, which is the collaboration of national research and education networks in Europe. So Erik, you can introduce the other panelists. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I introduce the other panelists, I'm going to say a few things about GEON. GEON is an association of all the national research and education networks in Europe. And when I say Europe, I mean Europe. We are larger than the EU. We have 43 members, and frankly, Belarus was also a member before we had to suspend it. As you can see here, we cover the whole of Europe, except for Bosnia, because they don't have a national research and education network. And we provide fully redundant, high-speed connectivity into each of these countries. And inside each of these countries, the national research and education networks provides that to research institutes and universities. So if this morning you heard the director of ESO talk about moving the data from Chile to here in Europe, that's also what we take care of inside Europe as well as outside Europe, serving 10,000 institutions, 50 million academics. But we do more. We are the A in FAIR, and the A stands for accessibility. And of course, the network is necessary for that, and it's there. The network, by the way, is paid for by the European Commission, is paid for by the member states, and paid for by the 16 non-member states. And the network can deal with peaks. It can deal with the fact that CERN turns on the LHC, and then all of a sudden you have 1 terabit per second of data flowing into your network. But we do more than just the network. We also provide access. We provide identity, authorization and authentication system that is used by universities and research institutes in more than 100 countries around the world. You all know one of the applications that is built on that is EduRoam. Several of you will be using that here in this room today. But it also provides access to research infrastructures, etc. And my plea to you is, especially to the policymakers, etc., please, please take this as a given. You've paid for it. The network is there, the AAI is there. And what we see too often nowadays is that for every new project and program, there's a demand to build a new AAI. Let's not do that. It's like electricity, it's there. And make sure that you require that it's used, but not procure a new system. And that's all I wanted to say. And now it's over to the panelists, who all of them are making very good use of the Géant network, by the way. Let me first introduce to you Darja Fischer, the director of Clarin. Darja.
How did I turn this on? I pressed it. Okay. Hello, everyone. Before I delve deep into the main topic of the panel, I just wanted to spend some of your time to tell you a little bit what Clarin is so that you can better understand where we come from. And if you want to think in terms of metaphors, you can think of us as a sort of language bank where the language data that you develop, you can deposit them safely. And once you give them up, they don't lose value but gain value. And it's not only you who's getting richer, but all the researchers who reuse your language data and all the society that benefits from that research. So you're the good kind of influencer if you deposit your language data with us. We're quite a big distributed network of 25 members and observer countries. We have about 70 centers, 21 of which are Core Trust Seal certified. Our core pillars of the infrastructure are fair data, interoperability, and machine actionability. We are quite unique in the research infrastructure landscape in that we have a unique focus on the data type that we're interested in, because language as the carrier of human knowledge is relevant not just for linguists and computational linguists, but for all the disciplines. We're also unique in terms of founding position because we were one of the first research infrastructures out there and we're sort of leader in FAIR. We were FAIR before FAIR was a thing, as well as interoperability. We also have a pretty unique agenda in that we don't only care about data mainly in English, but we really take great care of multilinguality and all the language support. In terms of infrastructure support for innovation, we are very heavily involved in research in AI. And with all the data and technology that is developed, we can also respond in crisis pretty quickly. And for this, we really critically need to observe interoperability standards for data federation. And I'll just show you one of the success stories, what can happen when this is observed. In the beginning of this year, sadly, due to the start of the Ukraine war, there were a lot of over 200,000 refugees that came from Ukraine to the Czech Republic. And in March 1st, one of our colleagues from there had an idea to build a machine translation system to help the refugees and the humanitarian organizations. In a couple of weeks, they put together not only an online browser available app for machine translation between Czech and Ukraine, but also a web version. And now the police of the Czech Republic is also using it to monitor any violence that happens due to the war and changing of the border. The machine translation systems are available for you to try on. I'd like to acknowledge the team who made it happen in a couple of weeks, but also again repeat the importance of all the building blocks being there ahead of time so that with a little bit of knowledge and motivation, teams can quickly adapt, adjust and expand what we have out there to address the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Darja. Next up is Matthew Thacker, Senior Program Manager at EMBL EBI. Matthew.
Thank you, Eric. And thank you to the Swedish presidency. It's a real pleasure to be here today. And I think we're all going to gain a fresh perspective on European research infrastructure from these discussions. So I'm representing the UK outstation of the European Molecular Biology Laboratory, EMBL, and you'll hear from EMBL's Director General, Edith Hurd, tomorrow as well. So in terms of what the European Bioinformatics Institute does, what our data services deliver. I've heard us referred to as like a Google for biology before, and it's quite a good metaphor. So what this means is scientists, when they're formulating their next steps in their experiments or their hypotheses, maybe where once they would have read papers, talked to their colleagues, gone to conferences, they still do these things, of course. But often, increasingly, the first step is to search the biological big data that other scientists have shared to data services like ours, and others like SciLife Lab here in Sweden. And they use those to get a shortcut and really get answers more quickly. And lots of the questions, maybe 10 years ago when I was a scientist in the lab, we would have run experiments in a wet lab to answer. Well, actually, you can answer those quickly. You can answer them now using data. You don't need to run the experiments yourself. And the efficiency that this data-first approach creates is it's huge. So we asked a team of economists to look at our services, and they calculated that £5.5 billion of research time was saved by our global user base when they use our data services, and that's in 1 year, in 2021, a 50 times return on investment. But it's not just about greater efficiency. So having biological big data available at the scale that we have it now, so our data is about the same size as Netflix's streaming data, it opens up entirely new possibilities for impact. And Nicholas Lomberg from Elixir mentioned DeepMind and the AI algorithm called AlphaFold. So DeepMind used this algorithm to solve a once-in-a-century challenge in biology, predicting protein structures from their sequences. And they did this by feeding it the entirety of known data on protein folding from 3 data sources we manage, the Protein Data Bank, Interpro, and Magnify. And through an impressive combination of software engineering and a public evaluation process, this algorithm learned to predict structures for proteins it had never seen before. And now that includes all 200 million proteins known to science. So DeepMind were able to solve this challenge because all of the data that they needed had been created and maintained by 50 years of public research infrastructure funding. And so this story of AlphaFold, it tells us a lot about how we get from the promise of data infrastructure that we're all going to discuss today to the benefits that we want these infrastructures to deliver for our societies. And it invites comparison to another watershed moment for biology, which was the human genome being sequenced and made available. And we see there are big differences in the role of the public funder then in the 90s compared to now. So for funders looking at these emerging tools like AI, I would say there are 3 things that we need to be thinking about to get to public benefit from that potential. And the first is reference data sets. That was already mentioned this morning. Nicholas suggested a challenge-led approach to those, and I think that's well advised, although the beauty of these emerging technologies is we don't always know what they will lead to. The second is public evaluation of models to give transparency and a level playing field. And the last one is thinking about how we make the outputs of emerging technologies like AI available to the public and balancing private benefit and public benefit. And hopefully that's something we can discuss today, and I look forward to discussing with you over coffee if we find each other later. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next up is Ilse van Bemmel, Project Scientist, Joint Institute for VLBI. Ilse.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here today. So let me start by taking you back in time. Not for real, we're not that advanced yet, but to 2019 to be exact, the month of April. And you may remember this image. This was the first image of a black hole shadow made by Event Horizon Telescope. And it made instant headlines around the world. It resonated around the internet for days, weeks even. But we weren't done yet. This was just the first one. And there was another galaxy that we were much more interested in, our own galaxy. And it took another 3 years to get that one out, last year, May, to be precise. The underlying technique that we use to make these images is called Very Long Baseline Interferometry, or VLBI for short. Now, you can forget that instantly. But what I hope you remember is that this technique connects radio telescopes around the world. And for EHT, we even use the ALMA telescope that you saw this morning. This pushes the size of the telescope to a virtual size, the size of the Earth. And we need it to be this big, because the bigger your telescope is, the more detail you can see. EHT is unique in the sense that it also pushed the wavelength at which it observes to the shortest possible that we can use, millimeter wavelengths. Because the technique in itself is not new. Within JIVE, we've been championing this for exactly 30 years this year with the European VLBI network. But at slightly longer wavelengths, at centimeter wavelengths, we provide the sharpest view of the universe. As you can imagine, the challenge of such a network is to actually make an image. It's not a matter of clicking the button on your phone because your telescopes are all around the world. There's a lot of data processing involved. And instead of making just one image, the way we approach this is making many images. And this is where the true innovation of Event Horizon Telescope has occurred. Not just one image, but thousands, each one individually made and compared to the actual observations to see if it would match. That would still leave us with several hundreds of images, which we eventually combined with a smart weighting scheme into the one I just showed you. But this is just the beginning. We've seen the images, but the underlying fundamental physics, we're just scratching the surface. The reason that we got here was because of the joint effort of people for over a decade. The combination of hardware innovation, software innovation, and scientific innovation in one single project that enables us to discuss all the interfaces where the biggest challenges are. What we're now facing is to expand this training, knowledge transfer, growing the network with new telescopes. And within Europe, JIVE would make a very natural partner to make sure that all these facilities are made accessible to a broader audience. But in general, within Europe, the EHT members are facing another problem. And this is the funding schemes, which are either shorter, much shorter than the project duration, or focus on one of the aspects, just the technological development, just the science development. We really need a long-term and coherent view if we want to make sure that European researchers continue to play a leading role in this global and very competitive field. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilse. And the last panelist for this session, Liana Hughes, project leader for COVID-19 and pandemic preparedness data portal at the SciLife Lab. Go ahead.
This is a little spoiler of my acknowledgements at the end. Yeah, I will just start. I'm from SciLife Lab, and we are a Swedish organization that brings together research infrastructure and academia. I work in particular at the COVID-19 and pandemic preparedness portal. So as we've heard this morning, sharing really is key to ensuring that we can accelerate research in many, many different fields. It will be key to our pandemic preparedness in future, as it was key to the mitigation of the COVID-19 pandemic in particular. We've heard that the European Commission channeled this and drove this by establishing the COVID-19 data platform. And from this spun several national nodes, of which we were just one. We received funding from the Swedish Research Council and a clear mandate to enable Swedish researchers to share their COVID-19 data. We've since expanded our scope thanks to funding from the Newton Alice Waldenberg Foundation and SciLife Lab, for example, just to name a few. And this is our current homepage. My overarching message and the key message that we take through SciLife Lab is that we must continue to share. It is crucial for everything we will do in future, and we have to have that at the heart of everything that we do. So just to give you more concrete of exactly what we do in the Swedish COVID-19 and pandemic preparedness portal, We help with the researchers know exactly how practically to share their data so that it's the most findable, accessible. You'll recognize an acronym somewhere here. But in a very concrete, specific example of what we did, we have our wastewater dashboard. So this is an incredibly popular dashboard that has data from 3 different groups in Sweden. They contribute their data weekly, and they are directly channeled. They can be directly downloaded the second the researchers make them available, and they directly go into visualizations like the ones you've seen on screen that we built. So they are very dynamic and interactive. They have been incredibly popular with researchers, the public, policymakers alike, and they are very, very highly visited. We usually get about 200 visitors a day just on this dashboard alone. So this has allowed everyone to kind of see what they're doing, the background of their work and the methods. As I said, I don't want us to work in a silo, and we don't, because the need to share is not country specific. So whilst we are a national portal, we work much more broadly as well. So we work with the Horizon 2020 project by COVID. We are part and contribute to the Infectious Diseases Toolkit, which is a place for best practice when it comes to infectious disease data. We also are part of the GA4GH community, which is a global community dealing with interoperability standards. So that quality that we've heard so much about coming through, that it's not just about making it open, we also have that at our heart as well. So I have many, many thank yous to make, but thank you all for your attention.
Thanks, Liane. So let me start the discussion by asking you first. This morning, Anna said, you know, we need the data to be as open as possible and as closed as needed, as is necessary. That sounds very, very nice, but how does that work in practice? Any one of you want to start, kick that off? Matthew?
I think for data infrastructure, I think that question almost takes on a slightly different meaning because they're so global and they can scale, and there are so few barriers to researchers being involved with our infrastructures. I think the kinds of challenges we're likely to see, one will be in that area of private benefit versus public benefit. So making sure they're as open as possible to create innovation, but also protecting public benefit where necessary. And then also, yeah, the kind of global competitiveness piece and how we ensure that these infrastructures are benefiting, you know, Europe as well. And I think the kinds of things that we were talking about in the earlier panel, training and services, come into that as well. I think that's part of ensuring that that benefit comes out.
And Liana, you probably also have to deal with privacy of data, or not?
Yeah, exactly. So human data, for example, and COVID-19 patient data, for example, is handled in a very, very specific way. So obviously that has to be handled sensitively and appropriately, and people have to know how to be able to do that. So I completely agree with the training aspect. And the other aspect of it, even when data isn't sensitive, is this need to acknowledge the researchers that have created that data. They don't want to be quote unquote scooped. They want to get the credit for their work. And that is a key barrier, I would say, to making everything as open and as fair as it possibly can be.
Ilse, you don't have that privacy restriction unless Martians' privacy needs to be protected?
Partly, yes. For Event Horizon Telescope, the data was kept secret for a very long time. But we ran into the problem that at some point, the observatories that we worked with required us to make it public after a year, which is quite standard in astronomy. So that makes the fear of being scooped a lot bigger. On the other hand, you do want such a proprietary period, especially when you're dealing with scientists who are less resourced than the big institutes are. They will have to need more time to process the data and to get their scientific results out than somebody who has millions of dollars at their disposal. So you need to strike that balance right. And that is a discussion that needs to be had. Where is that balance struck?
Our community is very open to opening up their data in general, but what I think we could benefit from is more support from legal and ethical experts, because a lot of language data does come with legal and GDPR constraints, and where researchers feel very alone in overcoming these barriers, even within the time span of a single project. Terms of service for Twitter data can change multiple times. So if you need to deal with your research as well as all those barriers, then what can happen is that researchers will stay away from these tricky data, which is then hurting the actual research domain. So I think that we need to give them valuable support in terms of legal advice and ethical advice, not just scaring them of the problems, but really helping them.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good point, and I see that one of the questions that has been asked in the app is what would be should you balance strategical isolation of data to get a geopolitical advantage versus we need to solve real serious problems to keep this world a livable planet. And I think that those are ethical questions that I know which side the researchers would choose, but probably the politicians wouldn't, right? So talking about researchers, how do you involve scientists around the world to use your research infrastructure?
Mm-hmm. So I think one of the key parts of everything is, obviously we are a very global community, and obviously we're very transient between countries in some respects, and getting the awareness out there of what is available to the researchers, particularly those that are new to a country, is incredibly important, because if you don't know it exists, then you don't know that you have the power to even search for it, let alone how to apply and what it does. So I think that's a key barrier to our community.
I think something we're seeing increasingly is a more federated or network-based approach to delivering resources as well. And that almost creates that priming for a wider net of contributors and users to start with. So I'm thinking of things like Elixir and also the federated EGA network for human genomic data. And yeah, that almost gives you that initial user base already because you've distributed your network of contributors and delivery partners from the start.
Right.
We are hoping or contributing towards the same goal. We try to expose our own catalog through various harvesters that can be accessed not by even just by your immediate research community, but also from researchers from other domains, so that more people can find your data. Also that you make it easily discoverable from just Google or Google Scholar. That helps a lot. But also trying to use successful stories like this one, where you can appeal to other disciplines and really show them with pilots what you can achieve with your research infrastructure.
Right.
Yeah.
For you, the situation is a bit different.
It's a bit different because the radio astronomy community is very, very small compared to the biological field. But we're still facing the issue there that trying to get new users, and I'm talking with my Jive head on now, Jive is very small, we're 25 people. To get new users to use our facilities has been notoriously difficult because the technique is perceived as very hard. So over the last years, what we've been doing is really investing in training options to get young scientists to come to us and learn the rope, but also providing services that makes it a lot easier for them to request time or to work with data that they still have or find archival data to process.
Right. Industry has been mentioned, and I see one of the questions in the being asked in the app as well. So, and this morning it was emphasized twice that data should also be available to industry, and then we get back to open and closed, etc. And so, can you give me some examples on how you deal with working with industry and how you balance openness, etc. There?
I think we've got a good model that has been in operation at the EBI for some time called Open Targets. So there we've got a network of industry collaborators who are working pre-competitively on drug discovery. And I think having that as a starting point in our specific case for biological drug discovery, it makes it easier to get that collaboration and to be open before the kind of IP issues that you might see later down the line would come in. And I think having those kind of sound foundations, having a kind of consortium and setting a tone that openness is important, and sticking to those values when you start these collaborations. I think that's also quite a key point.
Yeah, but now one of those industries uses an AI tool and goes through your whole database and harvests from that some of the new patents that they will file.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I guess everyone is grappling with at the same time, right? We see it with large language models as well, that these public data commons are being used for innovation, which is what we want. But that the benefits, there's a risk that it will become an excessively private benefit as well. So some mix of regulation, standards, and kind of, I guess, the culture in the community. The solution will emerge through a conversation involving those pieces, but yeah, it's a problem everyone is grappling with at the same time.
I would also warn against regulating too much. I'm aware that there are certain sensitivities that we do need to pay attention to, but especially with language technology, especially for the smaller or lesser supported languages, you could have a small company that is building an app, and if your research infrastructure makes available the data that will enable them to offer that app in a local language, they will do it. But if you enter or enforce just small barriers, they will just abandon. They will never be a big money maker, but the community that could benefit from that app in their own language, you can lose that as well if you impose too many barriers.
Leanne, want to react to that?
Yeah, I think one of the most important thing is just kind of echoing what everyone said. It is something that I think we will need to tackle as a wider scientific community and industrial community too. We'll all have to kind of find this balance. I think for now it's about setting up expectations of what's possible within specific collaborations and what's allowed.
We're the odd one out again.
Yeah,
because the data is, in principle, all the informatic data is accessible to the public. The collaboration with industry in our end is more on the technical advances, technical innovation, hardware and software, which, for example, goes all the way through to defense systems, radar technology and such. So there is another aspect that you can wonder, if we drive this technology too far, could the Chinese pick up on our radar defense systems if we have that information publicly accessible? Right. So there's other aspects to this.
Yeah, I wanted to leave the geopolitical statements all the way to the end, you know, if we run out of time. So what is interesting, of course, is you're gathering huge amount of data, as each and every one of you. So how do people process those data? Do they need to download the data and then process it locally, or move it to HPC centers and then process it? Or can the processing be done on your site so that scientists don't need to move the data around? Darja.
We offer both functionalities. For the more tech-savvy types of users, we offer data to be downloaded, and then they can do whatever it is that they want to with them. For the more humanities or social sciences-oriented researchers that don't have their own programming skills, we offer an online environment where you can query data in quite complex ways as well, analyze as well as visualize.
For our services, yeah, it's very similar actually. We'll offer various different ways of interacting. I think a point I want to make on the balance between offering something pre-processed, ready to use, versus giving people raw data, is actually we often overlook the role of these common data infrastructures in saving carbon. Because if we're giving users a load of raw data, they're computing it multiple times, multiple users, that's not very efficient. Actually, if research infrastructures can compute once and share to many other users, that's a huge carbon offset potential, and it's something we need to be thinking about for our impact as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Ilse?
Yeah, we're sitting on the edge a little bit. So in the bigger infrastructures, like ALMA, but also the low frequency array in the Netherlands, they have moved already to the point that they do most of the processing for you. For VLBI, the technique that I presented, this is still a bit more difficult. We do part of the processing, and we would like to do more, but we're still working on the platform that allows this. But we're getting there, I think in 5 years.
So if I'm talking about the portal very specifically, then we provide scripts that people can use to produce visualizations and things, but people can download the data directly from the portal. But SciLife Lab more broadly offers data infrastructures, and they all have slightly different ways in which they can process the data. So that is more broadly available there.
So besides the data, what is interesting to store is, of course, the algorithms that have been used to process the data, especially in the case that you just said, Matthew. You said, let us do this once and don't do it everywhere, but then you really want to know that whether the algorithm did exactly what you wanted to do. So what about storing the algorithms that are used?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the cutting edge of FAIR at the moment. I know the community is right now setting standards for those kinds of models and also creating the infrastructure and the services for archiving them, making them available. Because I think that is the risk, right? That we see all of these amazing AI predictions and outputs. You see it in a press release, but actually being able to trace it back, getting that traceability, queryability, being able to evaluate critically, well, what's actually going on? How does that work? Is it a black box? That's a big challenge for the community. But yeah, there is work ongoing to create what we need to be able to do that. But yeah, it's something funders will need to think carefully about.
Yeah. Any of the other panelists want to say something about that?
With the models also, especially if they're built by the industry, like the large language models we have now, it's also critical to understand what went into them before you can trust them or use them responsibly. So models and algorithms, I think, would be important to be more transparent. We need to offer, and this is what our research infrastructure isn't yet doing very well, but I think this is on the agenda for the next period. We need to be able to offer environments where evaluation and testing and reproducibility can take place.
Yes. So this brings me to the quality aspects, because I think you have a good point. The output of AI and researchers is only as good as the quality of the data that goes in. How do you, in your research infrastructures, look at the quality? What do you implement to guard the quality of the data?
So I can talk for the portal specifically. We do a lot of quality checking when the data comes to us, when we look to visualize it, for example. But we are, like I said, part of the wider communities that deal with the standards for that. So we adhere to those standards wherever possible. We make sure, for example, that the GA4GH interoperability standards and the security standards are met. So that's part of what we do to ensure quality.
Yeah, for us, it's still a field that we're exploring, because the data flow in radio astronomy, it's big, but the final products are not that big that we can't do it on a one-to-one basis by hand, basically. But for the bigger instruments, this is becoming a challenge, and we need the heuristics to identify what is good, what is bad data, and this is at a very hardcore level. But what I showed in my talk, all the images that we made for Event Horizon Telescope, this is automated. You can't do that by hand, by eye, just matching it. So we are in that process of building that system, and this is going to take some time yet to get that up and running.
Yeah, but I need you to hurry, because the square kilometer array is built in South Africa and Australia, and Géant and its partners are trying to upgrade their capacity to there. But I heard speeds of data being generated at 70 petabytes per second. We can't process 70, so you need to tone that down a little bit.
Yes, but this is raw data streams, right? So it's not what the astronomer will see. So these raw data streams go to a fast computing center where they do an initial processing step, and they have to do that locally. There's no way you can transport this around the world. No. So in the local sites, so South Africa and Australia, where the two parts of the square kilometer array will be built, they will have the first processing steps done there. And then the data will be shipped to data centers around the world, will be further processed. And before an astronomer gets to see the data, it will be almost scientific quality data, which is quite a theme change in radio astronomy.
Right. Matthew, what are you doing
I think,
on quality?
Leanne has covered the the kind of social engineering bit of creating standards, trying to get people to stick to standards, making it easy for people to put their data into certain standards. I think the flip side of quality comes when we think about reference data. So we've thought of our data infrastructure as a way to archive, make data ready for reuse. We're generally thinking about a scientist kind of looking for things, searching for interesting things, looking for the expression of a protein they're interested in. When you flip that around and you start looking at the entire block of data as a whole, trying to feed it into these AI models, there's different challenges for quality, and the role of the infrastructure in being the place you go to for that high quality reference data with expert annotation, maybe some kind of machine learning based annotation of the data to make it usable by these AI modelers. That becomes much more important, and it's a role that needs to be thought about and funded as well.
We have 4 dimensions when we look at quality of our data sets. One is metadata level, and this we do pretty well. We have good instruments in place to make sure that the metadata are in high quality. We have then quite a lot of annotations in our research data. Our community is doing well at measuring, the percentages, the error rates, F measures, etc. for the annotations. So you know how much you can rely on whether something is a noun or how high quality machine translation can be. But what we don't really do well yet, and it's a big philosophical debate if you look at it, is to measure the quality of content of the data sets, where the data stream that was selected is coming from and how well your data covers that data stream. Are there gaps of 3 years, for example, for a historical researcher? That would be a major barrier. For someone else, it isn't. And in terms of data streams, do you select reliable information sources, like, for example, tabloid newspapers, or the serious, reliable ones? That's really important if you are building, fake news application or something, right? And this we're not doing very well yet.
Right. Depends on your definition of fake news. I'm sure that Trump's definition of fake news is quite different from mine. So there you go. So now you have the quality in place. You're gathering all this data, and it's growing and it's growing and it's growing. Where will that stop? And who will decide what data goes? And to the small anecdote there, when I started my PhD, I was assigned a room in the university, and it was stacked with these computer printouts, the old-fashioned ones that zigzagged like that, and were yay high, and I could hardly enter the room. So I asked around if anybody knew who that was from, and it was from the previous PhD student. And then I waited another week, and then I went to the container and I threw everything out. So how will that work in your case? And who decides what data is stored? You can't go into perpetuity and make that as big as the whole world. So you have to make a decision somewhere what data needs to go, and how do you do that? Oh yeah.
For now, I think that we are still storing everything because the field is so young still and the size of the data isn't that large. But I would warn against throwing out the data because even with the digitization efforts, every 10 years you have a revolution in OCR technology. And then it's not only to repeat the digitization of the whole national library collection. So you would multiply the same data types in terms of research data sets, but also you need to keep the old ones and the tools to be able to go back and analyze, where the researchers and why they went wrong, because maybe due to the state of the art of that time of data and the algorithms led them there, or maybe it was just a simple oversight. So I think it's also important to keep track of the history of
yeah, but there's a
creation.
financial limit somewhere, I guess.
I understand.
I think we're probably a bit closer to that financial limit in our sector than for large language models. I think in a way the sector has been lucky that there's been a lot of technological innovation. Storage has become cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. You've had compression and all sorts of other innovations, pre-processing. But I think the volume of data being generated now by new technologies like spatial omics and imaging and single cell we're now starting to have to think about those difficult decisions about how long you keep things. We still archive in perpetuity, but yeah, there'll be innovation that helps you to manage the size, but it is something that the sector will have to come to some understanding of. Yeah.
Ilse?
It's an interesting story in radio astronomy. So when the low frequency array was being built, there was no talk about storing raw data at all. It would be too big. It took about 10 years to get to the point where the thing was built and the technology caught up and we could store the raw data at that time. And this is what's been happening since. The problem that you run at some point is that you can provide advanced data products in radio astronomy to scientists, but radio astronomers are very skeptical by nature. So we need more to invest in convincing them that the first steps that we do are by now so standard and so well understood that we know what we're doing, so the products that they get are reliable. And that is a challenge that we're still facing.
Right.
I think at SciLife Lab, we recognise data as one of the most important outcomes of research. And we have, together with the Newton Alice Wallenberg Foundation, the Data-Driven Life Sciences Programme. So data and data generation and keeping good quality data is incredibly important to us. I agree with the others that whilst there will be kind of some limits somewhere, I don't think we've kind of reached that point yet. The point I'm actually a bit more concerned about is that some of the data that isn't shared, obviously, if it's not shared and it's not available, then it's never stored, and we lose quite a lot of data that way. So I'm actually, I think for now, me personally, I'm more concerned that there is, to use a pun, a lot of data that's going into a black hole, and I think we need to address that problem first.
Right. And we just learned if it goes in a black hole, you can't publish it for a year. So.
Precisely.
A question again from the app is, how do you deal with cybersecurity around this? And I, of course, hope that you all say that you are using the National Research and Education Networks, AAI, etc. But give me an honest answer there.
Yeah, this is the honest answer. But also, we have not yet had security issues. We have not yet been hacked, I have to be happy to report. So this will be an exercise. When it does happen, we will see what goes wrong.
You have been hacked, you just don't know it yet.
I think for us, most of our data is non-sensitive, so there are fewer possible security issues. If I use the example of the Federated European Genome Phenome Archive, which is one of our resources that includes sensitive data, the security architecture happens at a country level. So the service we operate is a kind of layer across countries that federates the access process to these individual in-country sensitive data resources. And then each country, while using some common elements and a common SOP, will respect their own kind of local security processes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because you would think radio astronomy is not very interesting to hackers, but I know of at least 3 cases where a big facility has been hacked. And the problem there is not that they get to the data, it's the expenses, because these facilities are very expensive. So, and they can't operate for weeks, months sometimes. So users, scientific users are suffering from this. They will have to either rewrite the proposals or wait longer for the data. So imagine doing your PhD, trying to get your data, waiting for a year. That's a significant time. But the cost involved in getting this fixed and making sure that things become operational are really big. And I think that has been underestimated for quite some time.
Right.
As with Matthew, much of the data that we handle is non-sensitive, but we do have specific services that deal with sensitive data. So, for example, in the SciLife Lab Data Center, there's a service, the data delivery system, that enables sensitive data to be transferred between the research infrastructures of SciLife Lab and their users. So we have that kind of protections there, as well as, and that adheres to the interoperability, the standards rather, that I said earlier, the security standards.
Okay, we are nearing the end. I think a last question I'd like to ask you is, there's a lot of policymakers in the room, right? What would you want from the policymakers to make your life easier?
2 things, if I may.
Ah,
One is that we are a distributed research infrastructure that relies on a lot of national funding and a little bit of European funding. And when all of your members need to go for national funding and you are responsible to European funders, it's very hard to consolidate the agenda because they need to be answerable to the national level and we need to somehow make it into a big picture, and that's difficult. So it would be really helpful for us to be able to follow some common principles, common goals, share strategies. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that when we do give funding to researchers to develop data, there needs to be a top-down approach in getting them to our repositories. We should not be building separate repositories or also advertising generic repositories for research data, for which very good repositories that are discipline-specific already do exist and are receiving national and public money.
Right. Matthew?
I think about the chain from potential to impact. And at the moment, the part that is perhaps underserved is that part of evaluation. So if we think of AlphaFold, one of the things that really supercharged the process of getting AlphaFold to scale was this competition called CASP, which the structural biology community had been running for many years. It was an open, transparent competition where the best algorithms in the world came to compete in the kind of public view. And it was a really important part of making those developments transparent. People could critically evaluate these models. And I think it is potentially a role of the public funders to create that environment in which this kind of evaluation can take place. And partially it's funding, it's not something that's expensive, but it needs someone to bring people together, maybe around a challenge.
Right. Ilse?
Yeah, I think I would like to echo what Daria said. So within JIVE, we are an ERIC, which has helped enormously to establish ourselves within the European playing field, but we're suffering from the same issue that national funding does sometimes compete with other funding streams that we want to do. And so I think I'd like to reiterate the message that I had at the end of my presentation. We really need a more coherent approach to science funding. We can build all the technology that we want, but if the scientists are not using it, it's a waste of money. And the same goes for scientists. Like you also said, the infrastructure is there, but people need to use it, need to include it in their projects as well. It has to come from both sides. So we need that coherent view.
Yeah.
To echo kind of what I said in my talk and the general theme of a lot of talks today, I think we need to put a lot of effort into sharing. So what I mean specifically by that, there needs to be incentives to share. There needs to be credit given in a measurable and quantifiable way, ideally, and funding to support the sharing of data so that it doesn't disappear and that we're able to continue to keep it for generations to come.
Thank you. I'm going to add my own to this. The fact that e-infrastructures like Géant now seem to be getting to be funded in European programs, not on the horizon, but more on the CEF and DEP, which sounds really good because there's a lot of money there, but they are restricted to EU 27, and Horizon is not restricted to EU 27. And please, policymakers, that creates a very awkward situation. Look into that. And with that, we're at the end of our time. I'd like to thank you very much for your contribution. I thought it was a lively panel, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Erik. We will now invite a new panel, and while we are getting ready for that, feel free to move. Don't move away, but if you want to just stand up and maybe say hi to the people sitting in the next row or something, you're welcome to do so to get some new energy. And yeah, please do, if you like. Don't move away, don't move away. Just stand up. And now, please have a seat again. This is a very micro break, just to get some new energy. Thank you so much. Okay. So I would like now to, you can keep on talking during the coffee break later on, right? So I would very much like to go forward with the last panel discussion for today, which will highlight on people and collaboration. What are the obstacles to progress? And I would like to welcome Karel Leuben, who is president of the EOSC Association, the European Open Science Cloud, to share this discussion and to present your fellow panelists.
Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting us here to give this opportunity to say something about EOSC, ECOS, and the other panel members which will follow. But I've been asked to tell you in about 5 minutes what is FAIR, a little bit more in detail, and what is EOSC, so easy job to do. Let me start with the European Open Science Cloud. We all know what computers are, that they form networks and that they jointly form the internet. And on that internet, we have created a web of pages we call the World Wide Web. So now for us, a web of FAIR data could be similar to this web of pages on the same internet based on the FAIR results coming from research. And FAIR results, I deliberately say results because I'm talking about digital objects in general, not only about data. So what's the European Open Science Cloud? The European Open Science Cloud is then the European contribution to this worldwide web of FAIR data and services, especially for the European scientists based on the infrastructures we have, for example, the research infrastructures we have in Europe and the services we can offer. So the European Commission tends to pick this as one of the data spaces. There's a discussion going on whether it's a horizontal or vertical data space. In reality, that doesn't make any difference. In reality, it's there and it's combining, let's say, the research from the different domains and the innovation being done in domains. So in their definition, EOSC is the basis for a science, research and innovation data space that makes use of the data coming out of science and innovation. An important distinction is the distinction between open data and FAIR data. Unfortunately, too many people mix up the words. Too many people keep on talking about open data rather than about FAIR data. Open data is data you can find openly on the net or on the web, sorry, or not, but they are free to use. You don't have to refer to them, or sometimes you have to. It's nice if you do. They do not have to contain any metadata. There's no limitations to them. FAIR data, on the other hand, is data that meet as much as possible the requirements, the principles of FAIR, which there are 15 principles. So if people say our data were FAIR before FAIR was invented, forget it. That is not possible. But okay, I'll be happy to talk to those people. And what is, of course, the aim is that as much of the publicly financed research produces open data after they have been made FAIR, or make them open and fair. So the aim is as fair as possible, because this is a scale from 0 to 100%. Fair is not either fair or not fair. No, fair to a certain percentage. We're talking about 15 principles you have to comply with, and as open as possible. But not always open, and that doesn't have to be the case, so as restricted as necessary. So FAIR is these things: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And these are my two bubbles. These are images, by the way, from the European Commission. But it's important to mention that FAIR is not equal to open. That's the most important thing. Go to the website of GoFair and you'll find the principles. FAIR ensures the data can be found, understood, and reused by machines. So a machine has to be able to find the data, understand what is possible with the data, and understand what is allowed with the data. And all that information has to be in the metadata, otherwise it's not going to work. So data can be shared under restrictions, but still be completely fair. A lot of companies make their data internally completely fair to be compatible with their other data internally in the company. And they are not necessarily going to share that with the rest of the world. So as open as possible, as restricted as necessary. What are the guiding principles for EOSC? Well, we do this for research. The overarching guiding principle is that this is done for research and thus helps the researchers. Some people say we do this for the researchers. I tend to say we do this for research, the process the researchers do, in order to make it better, to make it easier, to make it more available for other researchers as well. It's multi-stakeholderism. If we do not combine the efforts from the research performing, research funding and service providing organizations, it's not going to work. It's as open as possible and as restricted, as I said, as necessary. It's based on the FAIR principles. If it's not based on the FAIR principles, it does not have a place in EOSC. And it's a federation of infrastructures. We are nowadays talking about nodes. At the moment, the EOSC EU node is being procured by the DG Connect organization. That will be the first node, and then combined with that, other nodes from the research infrastructures, I hope. And we had good examples this morning, GBIF, CESDA. These could be well-informed nodes in the network of the Federation of Infrastructures. And I cannot stress enough, it has to be machine actionable. Data are not at one location, data are at many locations. Data nowadays are big data very often, so you need machines to operate them. And very often you will visit the data rather than get the data to you, and this is more and more of a development. Another development I see over the longer run, by the way, that publications become metadata to the data, rather than publications having data with it. What are the grand challenges for developing this? Well, there's the technical challenge of creating a long, truly broad interdisciplinarity of the operation and the interoperability. And for the short term, this means, and Erik already talked about this, a optimal authentication and authorization infrastructure, an optimal AAI. A perfect AAI would solve a lot of problems. There doesn't exist, of course, but there are very good systems out there. We have to stepwise grow this interoperability, first within disciplines, then across disciplines in the domain, and later on maybe further. The second hurdle is the human hurdle, and that I will illustrate in my next slide. Training the staff and training the support staff is the biggest hurdle in the whole system. And then we have the social hurdles, getting the noses in the same direction. Not an easy job to do in this whole domain with 2 million scientists, researchers in Europe, and combining the local, regional initiatives towards a true open science commons with global convergence on standards and support on implementation, combining the level of the institution, the national level, the regional level, the European level, and linking that to the rest of the world. That is our challenge for the next years to do. But the most challenging thing is the support. The data stewardship is essential for getting fair data. So it's not only the capacity, but it's also the quality. What skills and competences are needed and what skills and competences are out there. Data stewards will come in many flavors. Institutions and research teams determine the types of these data stewards. I will not explain this picture in detail, but it gives you a number of flavors of the data stewards. Those that stand next to the researcher at the actual research infrastructure, and those that, let's say, together with the head of department or together with the head of the university or the research infrastructure organization works on data. With that, I have hopefully explained to you a little bit on what EOSC is, and hopefully you have a better view for how important FAIR in this whole story is. I would now like to call on stage Alex Vermeulen. Alex is since 2014 working as the director of ECOS ERIC, the carbon portal in Lund in Sweden. The carbon portal is the ECOS data portal for greenhouse gas observation data for Europe and its surroundings. He's an environmental scientist and specializes in air quality and metrology. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Karel. Thank you also for this nice introduction. I can skip a few things thanks to your introduction. I will tell you first a bit more about ICOS. So ICOS is a research infrastructure and ERIC since 2015. It's a thematic infrastructure of a distributed research. It's doing measurements in the domain of atmosphere, ecosystem and ocean. And we study this for doing research on the carbon cycle and to study climate change. So it's a very important societal subject, of course. It's a long-time collaboration. We have more than 100 institutes, more than 500 researchers working in a network of more than 170 stations all over Europe. over the 3 domains, and our data is intensively used. We have more than 500,000 of downloads per year of our data sets of the measurements that have very high precision observations of greenhouse gas fluxes. So it's a complex landscape in which we work. So if you look in the value chain, going from the left, where we have observations, as we do, we provide this to the scientists from our community. They develop based on that services which process that data, they produce knowledge, which then is used in decision processes like in the IPCC, the UNFCCC process, the Paris Agreement on climate change. So it's also very important that not only we are involved at the start of the food chain, but also in the end, because we need to reflect on what is needed for societal questions, to reflect that back to what needs to be done in the measurements and how we can improve, what quality is needed and how can we improve these services, talking to the scientists. And it's not only Europe, this is a global problem, so there's a lot of global players involved. You can see some acronyms, you don't have to see them, but this is just to illustrate the complexity of this whole process. And when you go to another research infrastructure on environment, you will see a whole lot of acronyms. And we work together with a lot of these research infrastructures in a framework called the Environmental Research Infrastructures, ENVRI, and we work together with them to improve this interoperability of all this different data. We concentrate on greenhouse gases, others concentrate on biodiversity, etc. So one example where our data goes. So in Europe, there is Copernicus. They're working on the monitoring and verification system for checking on the Paris Agreement. They will launch 2 satellites to observe CO2 and methane in the atmosphere. And our observations come in there as calibration and validation of these measurements, but also the in situ measurements we do are very important for the whole system as data input. This will be combined with the emission inventory data, which is, of course, societal and economical data as well. This will be all integrated in a modeling system, which then looks back what this means for the concentrations in the atmosphere, looks with the observations and try to optimize the fluxes so that we can see whether we are complying with our emission reductions with the Paris Agreement. So in the end, this will be used in the UNFCCC process, in the stocktake, the global stocktake, but nobody in the end, of course, will know that there is ICOS data in there. So this is an important issue. How do we manage the attribution of this data so that also our stakeholders and the people who paid for the observations know that this ICOS data has been used there and was really fundamental to do this whole process. So we provide all this data through the Carbon Portal, which is for free and for as much as possible a fair system. And of course, free data doesn't mean that it is cheap. So actually to do these observations is very expensive. We need to do very high accuracy measurements, better than 0.0 ppm, which is a precision of 0.025, which is a ridiculously high precision. And we need to do long-term measurements. We need to follow what's happening in the atmosphere for a long time to detect trends in the emissions and to see how the natural system responds to the ongoing climate change. And in order to be able to defend the results that we get from this system, we need to have a transparent and reproducible data lifecycle so that also in 10 years' time, people can take our data and try to reproduce the complete data so that the climate skeptics can be proven wrong or right if we have done something wrong. So in the whole process, this attribution is very important because our funders really need to also support the scientific evaluations, also in the downstream of our system, to the individual PhDs and postdocs that work with the data. So the cost of the system is 33 million per year. That looks like a lot. But if you weigh this against the amount of CO2 that we produce in Europe, it's about 3 cents per ton of CO2 that we produce. So for an independent check on what it means that we reduce CO2 and to check whether we really reduce it, it's quite cheap. So the funding is a bit cumbersome at the moment for reasons already stipulated by other panels, is that a lot of the funding in the national countries is depending on short-term projects, which makes it possible, of course. So we need to feed these little hungry caterpillars in the system. The dream is in the end that with these documented reproducible workflows for services, we can have the scientific users develop elaborated products based on our data and other data from other scientific products, other environmental research infrastructures, societal data, etc. And that they use these Jupyter notebooks to bring processing to the data, and these notebooks to harness the cloud and the computing resources, the AI, through these facilities that the EOSC provides. And for this whole system, you require a fair and open data so that you can make this kind of notebooks where instead of that you make a publication in an international journal, you document the whole process in a documented workflow, which is also reproducible. People can take this, replay the whole book, and see whether you made the right science. But there are many practical objections in a way working with that. So we've been working with these 24 environmental research infrastructures, and a lot of interoperability challenges have been identified. Main things that come up is that there are different stages of development from concept to operational landmark. And the main problem is, of course, that a lot of these infrastructures are already operational, have a system in production, and you cannot change the motor while you're flying. So we have to be very careful. And this takes a lot of resources to work on the system while you're being operational. Culture has been mentioned. It's also there cultural differences, lock-in by international standards and technological problems and differences, and many technological small issues, which are nevertheless important. So by feeding this little hungry caterpillar, then in the end, we can come to a working system, which will be far away, but yes, we will have this beautiful butterfly later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Our next panel member is Rory Fitzgerald. He's a professor of practice in the survey research at the City University in London, and he's the director of the European Social Survey, ERIC. He specializes in survey methodology. Rory.
Thank you very much. Real pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to the organisers for this wonderful conference. A little bit, first of all, about the European Social Survey. It's a biennial general social survey that's existed since 2001. And we interview thousands of Europeans every 2 years on social attitudes, behaviour, and their social structure. And that data is then made openly, it fits in your openly category, although to a high standard of documentation to users all around the world. And it's freely available. There's no cost to the end users. Topics included in the survey include things like political trust, democracy, health inequalities, climate change, gender, digitalization, and many more. And there's over 200,000 registered users of the ESS data since we started making it available in 2003, almost 6,500 publications, and many examples of the use of ESS data in policy formation. Wanted to focus primarily on what we see in the context of this conference as the obstacles to progress. One of the key difficulties is with increasing volumes of data that we have available. It's really about the creation, dissemination, and storage of that data. And from our perspective, the high use and accessibility of ESS data comes very much down to that detailed work of the metadata, the documentation, and the accessibility of the data to users right from senior academics through to members of the general public. And that's hard, time-consuming work at the moment to make that data available, and even more so if it's to meet the standards of being fully fair and machine readable. So there really is a question here, I think, in terms of the budgeting for that additional work. Particularly for social science infrastructures and those dealing with human data, there is increasing need to be careful of the sensitivity of the data. Requests to make, for example, survey data and link that with registry data, very appealing, but of course there's a high risk then potentially of data disclosure. So investment in facilities to allow people to access that sensitive data is really, really crucial. We're not there yet. And also GDPR, something which of course protects all of our data, a very important regulation, but can be seen as a barrier to sharing data. And I think we need a lot more of a concerted effort across our infrastructures to produce procedures and provide legal support, for example, to the team so that researchers are happier to share their data. Otherwise, they simply would see the risk of potential disclosure, fines, etc., as too high. So it can be possible to always share data as long as it's done properly, but we need to really train and support researchers in that. One of the other things that's been picked up, of course, is data collection. We often think very much about the sharing of data that's already collected, but in our domain in the social sciences, and particularly social surveys, collecting the data itself is becoming more difficult as the methods we traditionally relied on fade away, like in-home, face-to-face interviews. And it's crucial to facilitate the surveys of the future that we invest more in the tools, methods, and instruments that we need to ensure that we can continue to conduct surveys of populations in the future. And we need a lot of innovation here. It's almost, to some extent, going back to scratch or going back to old ways and bringing them forward for the future. So investment in that data collection also important. One of the other challenges, I think, for the future of our data and including it in the EOSC is also about pan-European coverage. Much of the data that we collect in the European Social Survey is important for the future of the European project, for collaboration and for peace and security in Europe. Ways to include countries like Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, the Western Balkans in our infrastructures so we have really good coverage remains a crucial challenge, which at the moment we're somewhat lacking in, and we have gaps in our data. So how can we fill those gaps to ensure that the EOSC is full of fully representative data? There are also some legal and ethical barriers that we face. There's population registers in many countries in Europe that we often use for sampling respondents for our surveys. And at the moment, there's a patchwork of differences in whether those can be accessed by researchers, particularly those working outside of official statistics from national statistical institutes. So a concerted pan-European effort to try and open those registers for high-quality research could be a major benefit to the future. We've recently been collaborating in European Social Survey with the ENVRI community. We heard a little bit a moment ago about ICOS. I want to just briefly mention two of those examples. One is the EOSC Future project, where we've been linking data from the European Social Survey in terms of attitudes and behaviours around climate change, but also health data, to data from the environmental community, particularly in relation to air quality, water quality, and natural disasters. This is one of the first times we have linked that data at a kind of survey and infrastructure level. And it'll be very interesting in the years ahead to do that on a more frequent basis, but also particularly to see where the data would be best linked rather than trying to link everything. And in another example, we've tried to restructure a little bit how we do things in the European Social Survey in the ICOS Cities project, where we've been linking ESS data at the city level and collecting data at the city level rather than the nation-state level for the first time to really try and focus a bit more on interoperability. So exciting developments in terms of links across our domains. Just two final points. First of all is that cross-domain working, I think, is best led by research questions and theory rather than necessarily just trying to link all of our data, which might then become not very accessible to our users. So I think more discussion about where we can best make the links and then working in those areas would be a really important contribution to the future of the EOSC. And finally, just thinking ahead in terms of how we can better tailor our resources to our end users. I think we need to think continually, not just about merging data, but making it as accessible as possible to users at all levels. And then we really will, I think, see many more people using that data rather than it just being a kind of graveyard of data. And I'll finish there.
Thank you, Rory. Then our third panelist is Nora van Bracht. She is Senior Policy Officer at the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science in the Netherlands, where she is the Program Manager of the National Contact Point of Knowledge Security. Nora.
Thank you and hello everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Dutch Ministry of Education, Culture and Science, and I first like to stress that from the Ministry, open science and fair data is one of our priorities. We're quite active on it. We are investing on it as well. Well, we are here with 3 Dutch people on stage. Maybe that tells you something. For example, we are working on a national organization on open science. We have digital competence centers with data centers, and we're also quite active on the European level, I can say. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I work every day on knowledge security, and that's also one of our priority from the Dutch ministry. First of all, what is knowledge security? For us, it exists of 3 parts. It's preventing undesirable transfer of sensitive knowledge by state actors. Second, it also entails preventing covert influencing within your research, so that you have to change your research because someone who provides the money wants to see other data or see other results. And that interferes, of course, with our academic freedom. And the third and last part, I did this, but it's this, is ethical use of data and knowledge. Do you want to cooperate with a partner who uses data where you're not sure if it comes from ethical parts? Is it used with certain people who are not willing to give the data, for example? Well, I work on one of the main awareness tools of knowledge security in the Netherlands, and that's the National Contact Point. So we give presentations to specific faculties, to board members. We provide e-learnings, big events, but actually our specialty is that we give tailor-made advice to all research performing organizations. So research institutes, universities, University of Applied Sciences, medical universities, and those advice will be made by the whole government. So we have the Secret Services there, but also Foreign Affairs or Economic Affairs Ministry, and we will give advice to everyone who works at a research institution. So one of the questions which we often get is, but what about open science? And I think that's why I'm invited, because researchers see open science or knowledge security often that it interferes with open science. And I'm here to tell you that's not the case. We do also receive a lot of questions about data. Who gets access to my data? How do I know that the data is used in the way we would like to? So researchers express their concerns. And well, I'm here that knowledge security and fair data are actually quite aligned. It's all about consciously handling of data. For example, by setting up data management plans, by thinking beforehand who will get access to the data, with who will I am sharing in it, and in what moment, which is also very important. So that in the end, and I don't think you've heard it before today, that we can be as open as possible and only close when it's really necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Actually, I had planned one question for each of you, and you already answered your question. That is, what is your answer if people say open data, open science is conflicting with the, let's say, science security? But I'll come back to that in a minute. I would like to start with Rory. The discussions on how to prioritize within a domain or cross-domain, the data linkages, linking data cross-domain within the domain is essential. Should this be driven by a general effort, so in general terms, or to link as much data as possible, or should it be more nuanced? And how then?
I'm definitely in favour of the latter, a more nuanced approach to really think, first of all, from data availability, but also in terms of research question and theory, and then to make that the priority for the linkage, and also as data providers to listen to our own users and for them to help make those priorities. I think otherwise there is a danger that so much data will be created, it will be even more difficult to navigate, less of it will be used, it will be more expensive to maintain. So I think that kind of research-led question would be of benefit. I think in one of the earlier sessions, someone mentioned more like a mission-led approach to that data linkage, and having maybe that kind of structure sort of through the EOSC might, I think, be helpful.
Yeah, it was Nicholas that mentioned the mission-driven approach, which I also very much agree with. Nora, coming back to you, you talked about, let's say, helping scientists with respect to how to deal with the security issue. Do you also work the other way around? I mean, the scientists, if they know what FAIR is and how to deal with their data, do you also talk to the people that are in politics and people that are requiring from the scientists sometimes much more than is needed? I have seen, let's say, people from the ministry and from the agencies coming to me as a rector of the university and telling me, you're not allowed to teach this, you're not allowed to teach this to this and this and this country. And then I show them it's all open here on the web. What are you talking about? So do you also educate the other side of the coin?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Well, firstly, my experience is that researchers are quite vocal in about what they think is important. So they will tell us and our minister, who is of course a researcher himself, that open science and fair data is very important. I do think that there could be a more synergy between these two topics. If you look at risks, you better want to be safe than sorry by cooperating. And there is a danger in that because you will close down too much. So if a secret service tells us that we see some danger out there, we want to act on it. But we see a direct result on that, but we don't see the long-term result of closing down your data. So I do like the suggestion, and we work on that.
Okay,
yes.
So I suggest to set up a special task force for that.
Ah.
Alex, ICOS plays a leading role in the current European projects like EnVRI-FAIR and EOS Future. You mentioned it, on improving fairness and interoperability in especially the environmental domain and beyond, involving more than 20 or so environmental RIs. What are the obstacles you are meeting and how are you experiencing and dealing with this? So getting these 20 RIs aligned. I was talking about getting the world aligned, but you only have to deal with 20 RIs, but nevertheless.
Only, you say, okay. It's quite a challenge because there's quite a bit different cultures and history behind this. There's all communities which have 20, 30 years of experience. They have their own data management handling system. So changing anything there is difficult, let's say, yes. So that's a big challenge, and you have to show them the advantage of running a system. And we've been working now for more than 10 years on this, and we are getting a lot of progress in that. So tomorrow afternoon we will have an event where we present the results, and we have a so-called EnVRI Hub now, where we have an interoperable data catalog and service catalog for all the services from these project members. And with a lot of and a lot of these servers already work across the domains or within a domain within certain research infrastructure. So we're making a lot of progress there, but still a lot can be done and has to be done.
So the way forward is talking to each other and talking with them.
Yes, and an initiative like EOSC helps in that a lot because also, well, we need funding in order to do that because most of this work is not in the direct remit of what we are supposed to do as research infrastructures.
Yeah. As one of the questions on Mentimeter I saw, and this is a question to all three of you, the question on who owns the data. Now think about the situation in a university where the PhD student of course put the data in his or her laptop, hopefully on a repository of the university, even further on a repository national if possible. But then the PhD student leaves, the postdoc is gone, and 10 years later also the researcher supervising this research is not there anymore. So who owns the data?
So in ICOS it's very clear. So we have our data policy in there. They say the people that generate the data, they own the data. But they give, they give a perpetual license to ICOS to distribute the data and to store it. And we make sure that all this data is stored infinitely and is made available.
Yes, a similar thing with the European Social Survey. The license is like a continual one. There is, I guess, a question, though, about the future, ensuring that if ESS ERIC, for example, no longer existed, how the data would be stored on a longer-term perspective. And I think more generally, we need to think in the future with all this data and this merged data, how that's going to be managed if particular infrastructure stop working or decommissioned. How will we ensure that that data is stored for a longer period? And I think at the moment that's a little bit of a black hole, not only for us but for others.
Nora?
Ideally, I would say that you make a plan in advance, the persons who generate the data and the research institution they are working for. And I think that also includes a long-term plan, but that's not the case yet. But I think first, the persons who generate the data, that's hard.
Should we maybe not talk about responsible for the data rather than owning the data? Because what you described and you described is the responsibility you get from the people who originally owned the data, and you take over that responsibility. Huh? So in my view, the research performing organizations should take the responsibility if they start a contract, how to deal with the data afterwards. Because also somebody has to decide when to throw the data away. And nowadays, most of the data are thrown away before they are ever been published or put in a repository, unfortunately. But nevertheless, we should also look after how to throw the data away.
Yeah, a consciously decision to do what with your data is also when to throw them away or when not to share them with as many people as you can. Yeah.
May I make a round the other way from starting with you, Nora? The work with industry, we saw it also in the previous panel, and you see this in technical universities very often. Let me give you a small anecdote. As a rector magnificus of that university in Delft, I've been signing many contracts with industries where they contributed part or all of the research money needed for a project. All of them contain clauses with respect to publishing data, publishing information. Never about the data itself. And I have not seen one single contract where there was a statement about what happens with the intermediate data, who owns them, who's the responsibility for that. How is that possible, and should we change that?
Well, on the question, should we change that? I would like to make the point that universities and research institutions, they have their own responsibility, of course. They're institutional autonomous, as we would like to say. But I do think, and especially since the bigger role data is playing in society these days, yes, we should try and to find a way together to get that. Yeah.
Thank you. Typical answer from the ministry. Together. Yes. Very good. Rory?
We have specific issues here because when we collect data in many social surveys, it's on the basis that it's collected for non-commercial use. That's the agreement we have with the data subjects who take part in our surveys. And ultimately, of course, they own their data. They are ultimately the data owners. So I think we need to think about this for the future. Would there be ways to change that contract with those that take part in surveys so it could potentially also be used for commercial use? I think that's something social sciences need to address.
Yes, so in ICOS we don't exclude commercial use of the data, so it's completely open. We use a CC4 BY license, so we expect attribution of the data usage and also that this is passed to the next user of that data. But yes, we store the data, including the raw data, in the EOSC B2Safe facility, so So as long as that works, I think.
You don't need a contract because it's open anyway.
Yep.
To round off our panel, I would like to ask one question to each of you with one possibility. What is the main obstacle in progress we have to make here? And I start with Nora again.
Ooh.
Well, you can also think, then I start here with Alex.
Yes, please. Yeah.
I think my main thing is already mentioned a few times. I think this is the coordination between the European countries on the financing of the research infrastructures in accordance also with the Horizon program, so that there's really a coordinated
effort
needed. Yes.
Biggest obstacle. Roy.
I think for me the biggest obstacle is this issue around data stewardship. I think we're going to need a lot more data stewards, a lot more work on really making data accessible and well documented, particularly when that's going across domains. And like what goes hand in hand with that is the issue I think my colleague from Clarin mentioned in the last session, is the underlying quality of that data. It might be well documented, but was it well collected? And I think at the moment, that's not necessarily known, and we need to do a lot more work to really ensure that what's going into the EOSC really was collected well.
Thank you. Nora?
Yes, I found an answer.
Good that I gave you time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Regarding knowledge security, I think the main obstacle is the case is not black or white, and with a fair, it's not you open all your data for everyone and it's accessible, or you should close it like that. So what I do like, and you already started a bit with it, is that there will be more synergy between our measures on knowledge security, but also on the measures of open science. So that when we give an advice, we give a real document with all the risks there are and how to mitigate them, but also to give them more tips which are in line with our open science policy. Like make the data management plan, the data stewards, give them a kind of workshop on knowledge security so that we both know what's happening. So that gives a bit more guidance to the researchers who have this main subject to work on. So if we can help them a bit.
Thank you very much. And if I may close off with a suggestion for those that are involved in, let's say, paying research, especially the funders, the European Commission, and the universities themselves. If you would require from every researcher that he or she makes the data that are in a publication, because these data are per definition open, they have been published, as fair as possible and available through a trusted repository. Then every researcher has to know what it means to be as fair as possible, has to search for help maybe, and also every researcher has the task to find a trusted repository. It's a simple start. We can later on discuss the rest of the data. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much, Carol. And now fika will very soon be served outside this room. And after that, you're welcome to visit ESS and Max 4. But beware, there will be buses taking you there, but it's very important to take the right bus. All the buses will be next to the building where we had lunch before, but take a look at your badge and you will find a small dot with different colors, and you understand the rest yourself where the buses are departing. So some of us will be in a hurry and some of us have a lot of time to have coffee. But then after the visit at the facilities, the buses will take you to the grand dinner, which is being served at Hotel Malmö Live tonight. So there will be drinks starting from 6:30. The buses will take you, they make a very short stop in central Lund if you don't want to come with us, and then continue to Malmö Live. And if you're now staying in a hotel in Lund and you think this is going to be complicated, it will not be complicated at all, because the dinner will be served literally next to the Malmö Central Station, And there's train going all the time between Malmö and Lund, at least every 10 minutes. And the ride would take like 12, 13 minutes. So it's very convenient. And I would really recommend you to come to Malmö Live because it's a great food. There will be live entertainment. And there's also a rooftop bar on the 25th floor. So without further ado, just also for tomorrow morning, if you're staying in Malmö, there will be buses going from Malmö Live, taking you here, and the buses will leave at 9 hours. And the conference will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow here in this lecture hall. So with that, let's have some Swedish fika and enjoy the rest of your conference day. Thank you.